Welcome to this week's edition of our relatively weekly Super Mario Maker Backlog Bonanza. This is our regular event where I play from my own selection of codes, and lately we've been featuring the weekly makers of the 4YMM, 4 Years of Mario Maker Anniversary Project, who will all have new uploads coming in conjunction with this week's releases sometime over the period of the next few hours. So we've got a lot to look at tonight, a couple of super worlds, a couple of older levels, and also a special treat for those of you who decide to stay a little bit longer. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Let's start with Fabio. Fabio has a level coming this week, but he also has an existing super world of 10 levels that are, I believe, all 3D world levels made shortly before the arrival of the 3.0 patch in the actual Super World system. So we'll see how connected they are and how balanced the whole thing is. Let's take a look. So yeah, welcome Electrodude. A very special week for certain makers who are regular attendees of this channel. And okay, looks like we're just going to get 5 lives to start with in Fabio's world. I did check some of the clear rates in advance, and they're all around the 20% range, so 5 lives seems fairly balanced to me. Let's see how that goes. So yeah, Electrodude started slightly later than I intended today because I actually made a last-minute, tiny adjustment that will hopefully not affect or break anything. It's actually not something that will affect the design at all, I don't think. But just one final little bit of polish that I wanted to put in and clear check all over again, so as a result, starting the stream a little later than I expected, but we'll hopefully be able to get through a pretty decent amount of content. Yeah, because I realized that with one of the changes I made in the final revision, I actually freed up 1 entity slot. So I had 1 entity available on the entire map. I was wondering about how I should use it wisely, and I actually did find a good use for it that did not require serious testing. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. And in the meantime, of course, upload period is going to be starting in about an hour and a half. I'm not going to post my code right away, but I'll be posting it sometime within that period for people who are trying to race for first clear. We'll try to time it so that, you know, people actually have a fair shot at it and aren't too buried in playing some of the other levels that have come up. So we'll see about that. I'm sure that you will have something to post in the meantime as well. So yeah, in the meantime, just kind of warming up with some easier content with Fabio's World. We'll be looking at nearly everybody we can, at least for a bit. I'll tell you in advance, Electrodude, that it's likely that I will be running your new 7%-ish level rather than doing one of the big shell grinds, because a lot of the levels I have on the list for this week are kind of right around that 1% sweet spot, and I don't know yet how long some of them will take me. Some of them could be really quick. Some of them could be trickier. But yeah, hoping to fit in whatever we can that's a representative sample. I probably won't be showing one of my own unless I have time left over, and I probably won't be showing anything by Tetraterix or Four Wings because we actually already covered all of his existing levels in previous backlog streams. And they don't really give much of a hint as to what his incredible puzzle extravaganza is like anyway. I don't know if you got a chance to play test. Let's skip that just to Be extra cautious about lives. But yeah, I know what kind of stuff you make. And yeah, nice that you'll actually be able to join in the races this week, whereas last week I think... Well, we expected that Tino would have all the fun, but I think Kavik himself actually managed to grab most of the clears. Okay. Keep forgetting, of course, that this is a 3D world and that the piranha plants have a bit of a different safety margin. And yeah, you know, some of this is a bit of a showcase, some of it is sometimes a research trip or catch-up. I was kind of surprised to discover that a lot of the makers that I already knew by reputation from Maker 1, such as Wariutsu and Composer, both of whom are in this week's match, I had actually not played either of their Maker 2 content at all. Like, I just never got around to getting their Maker codes down. Even though I had played a fair number of Composer levels back in Maker 1. So yeah, in the meantime, we'll just... go through some of these, and they seem to be fairly... yeah, fairly straightforward as a 3D world traditional game. I don't know if they'll be reflective of Fabio's latest output at all. You played the Wariutsu level. Okay, great. I didn't get a chance to look at that one, so... Yeah, I've played a couple of the ones from this week, as you know, but just not that one. Might as well bank up some lives in the meantime. And I am as bad as that at that particular minigame as I've always been ever since SMP3. We're starting to see some of the playing numbers drop off, but I think there are some optional levels in the layout as well. Now, as I said, Fabio's world was actually created entirely back in March, I think, and so it was before the current Super World system, and so his World 1 and World 2 designations don't exactly line up with World 1 and World 2 as they appear on the map, but I don't think anybody will actually notice that unless they really pay attention to the level titles. And of course, I don't know if... whoops. Let's try to do it as deathless here. Oh, I like that it does follow traditional Mario checkpoint convention when it comes to grabbing the mushroom. Yeah, no idea how representative this will be of what Fabio actually has in store for us. We haven't really had 4YMM levels that are around the kind of 20 to 30% range. We've had the extreme of the almost unlosable Atlantis Wildflower level from this week, which, unsurprisingly, I think is actually the most played 4YMM level now. Partly because of its... well, I mean, mainly because of its accessibility, I think. Atlantis, of course, being a maker of very fine levels that are actually available to easy players. And hey, Wasabi Wabbit, welcome back. Currently just showing off a Super World by GM Fabio, who is one of the featured makers in 4YMM this week. And yeah, glad to see you back. Okay, let's grab a few more lives just to bank up. And I believe this is just entirely random. I don't think there's anything really deterministic about it when it comes to player input. You just pump the thing until it surprises you. Okay, so looks like we'll be descending into the water. That will have an introductory sequence to make that feel aesthetically sensible. And yeah, so a little bit of thought here as to how the main world and subworld are in fact geographically connected, which is always nice to see. It's a touch that is very noticeable in Nintendo's own games, particularly in SMB3. And it's one that I think makers don't think about often enough. I think maybe the people who do explicitly make traditional layouts do tend to perhaps devote a little bit more care to this sort of stuff when it comes to thinking about how aesthetics create that sense of place, because really that's one of the few ways in which a truly traditional level can stand out from the others. I mean, a lot of them can just have a way of blending in. Water, of course, allowing us to enter any of the clear pipes from any location, any direction. That's going to be a P-switch that doesn't give me anything obvious yet. I suppose it might be some kind of speed challenge. So we'll just go ahead and go fast and see if that actually does anything. Oh, it actually unlocks the 30 coin. Yeah, we were a little bit late for that. I just didn't notice. Might as well check something like the blue pipe in the meantime. That looks awfully suspicious. Although I guess geographically speaking, secret pipes would likely be pointing up instead. So, in the meantime, let's pop forward a little bit ahead. And, okay, we have a secret exit there, but plenty of experience from, well, I guess Super Mario World Star Road 2 will always instruct us to check underneath. And we'll just try to blow this guy up, because that's what you do with the Fugu. And how are we doing here? Okay. Pop our way up. And that's it for this one. So yeah, 10 levels total in this Super World, so we are about at the halfway point. Fairly straightforward so far, although it doesn't quite show off yet, I think, what makes Fabio distinct. That's something that we may have to dig a little deeper into his repertoire to really see, because this is explicitly, I think, trying to do a traditional game in the 3D world style and is very faithful to the conventions of that format. And in the meantime, we'll just remark once more on the comeback of the NES baseball sound effects, which have remained so durable after 35 years, I must think it is. Yeah, 1985, 35 years of this being the sound of Nintendo baseball. Yeah, it's a pretty solid creation, I think. Pretty solid. I mean, it's interesting in this world how easy it is to just kind of forget that you're playing with the 3D world rule set and tile set specifically, because it makes it feel very well integrated into the kind of gameplay that you can expect from the standard styles when they're just being used in a traditional format rather than for contraptions. I think that's something that was always going to be a strength of the 3D world style to begin with, in that it places so much emphasis on these very organic collisions and all these interactions with taking advantage of Mario's moveset as the kind of core piece. And that, as soon as it was originally revealed, and look at that, 6-second time on World 1 boss, Yeah, as soon as the 3D world style was revealed, I think, you know, you had the people who were disappointed with it's not being contraption friendly, but at the same time you could look at that and think, okay, this is actually quite an expressive canvas for doing traditional play. And I think that's very much what we are seeing here. So yeah, you can see that this was originally designated 1-6, even though we are in World 2 and the Forest of Illusion layout. When it comes to how the Super World art has been implemented. Pretty clear sense of identity to this level in terms of how the glass pipes are being used as a central piece of the layout. Look at, whoops. Look at how they're being used for ground in this segment here. And of course we lost the cat suit right before the little cat check over there. So that's something to keep in mind. We do in fact grab another cat suit somewhere. Not from this tree. And not from there either. This was probably it. Yeah. Kind of unfortunate that, as usual, I complain about how you can't really repeat levels inside the Super World format if you want to hunt for secrets. But at the same time, that's one thing that keeps it, I guess, relatively balanced. Interesting, look at the kind of half-tile placement of the pipes here, such that you can't enter them, but they round the corners to give you this very consistent look of pipes overlaying everything across this entire level, whether they are accessible or not. And so you do have to pay a certain amount of attention, of course, to what is going to be accessible, and not only to yourself, but also to the enemies. Hey, rammers! Yeah, my level's going to come up later this stream. I will be uploading it and posting the code. Hopefully you'll still be here for that. And I'll just try to find an appropriate time to do it when the window for that opens up. There is kind of a specified upload time. I won't be playing through it myself today, but it is something that I'll be showing off in one of the later streams, and hopefully I'll be doing, as I said, a bit of a backstage tour where I explain and show off how some of the contraptions in the level work, because it is a level where a lot of things are disguised, and a lot of the mechanisms are not visible to the player. I will not claim that it's the best thing I made. I don't particularly think it's my favorite thing that I've made, but it is probably the most difficult thing I've put together on a technical level, and so I think showing off how it works is going to be a substantial part of the fun. In the meantime, let's get through a little more Fabio World. And Rammers, I saw that you had something new come up as well. It was a 60-second speed level, if I'm correct. And so yeah, if we manage to fit in some additional programming on top of the 4YMM preview, we might be able to sneak that one in. And if not, we'll just have to catch you on viewer levels. But usually I hope to cover some of that stuff with the Backlog stream. Today I just don't know if we'll have room in the schedule, but yeah, stick around, we'll see what we can do. Okay. In the meantime, we see a very suspicious looking red pipe, which of course we're going to try. I'm going to be on for a couple hours, for sure. Favorite level for my own stuff? I think it's got to be the Goomba Hat one. I just actually love watching it. It's my favorite one to submit to people because, you know, there's always a little bit of curiosity as to whether they're going to be falling for certain traps. Like the Thwomp Crush at the end of the first segment that gets a lot of people. You can usually tell in advance by the kind of player they are whether they are going to fall for tricks like that. And I guess it's similar to the pleasure that troll creators also get from playtests, except, you know, you got a bit of troll logic to that level, but at the same time it is built to be kind of intuitively fair and visible. And so I can definitely see why troll creators enjoy doing what they do and enjoy the process of watching a playtest in their own right, because I find that it's kind of similar to what I was getting from a more standard puzzle setup with the Goomba one. And the other thing about the Goomba one, it was that it was actually really easy to make. I didn't have to fuss with it very much. I didn't have to do much debug. It just kind of came together smoothly, and that's sometimes an underrated experience. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the 4YMM one. I hope the tuning of the final version actually did come out well. I kept thinking that, you know, in some ways it's the most kind of pure platformy thing I've done. And to me, that also sort of makes it the easiest. Personally, I'm guessing clear rate's going to come out to probably between 3 and 5%, but I could be way, way off. I feel like it's on the easy side, but, you know, just kind of scaling for what the audience will be and what the clear rates on the previous 4YMM levels will be. I'm kind of expecting 3 to 5%. I'm expecting a little lower for yours simply because of the bullet hell nature of it. Like, yours, I could see coming down to about 2%, but it's very hard to make these estimates. Like, I always have a target, and I found that with a lot of my early levels, I was kind of way off my target, that I, in some sense, overestimated the player base. But I also think, oh, nice little callback to the Piranha boss that we saw earlier in the Super World. I also think that there's a way in which the... How do I get rid of this guy? Hang on. There's a way in which the clear rates that were decent heuristic estimates in Mario Maker 1 were kind of calibrated differently. That, like, your sense of difficulty from reading a clear rate number in Mario Maker 1 does not map accurately to Maker 2. In that, a lot of things that I would have expected to be around 5% in Maker 1 ended up being around 2% in Maker 2, just from a different audience. And the Whack, welcome to the stream. Forgot to say hello. Yeah, Electro Dude, I do kind of have an idea of what's going to kill people and what kind of playstyles are going to struggle. Particularly because, you know, people are going to have very different habits with their controllers. This is the first time I've ever seen a 5-up, I think, from the Pop the Balloon Toad House. But yeah, people are going to have very different habits when it comes to how they engage with things like vine climbing mechanics. They're going to have very different senses of muscle memory, and they'll also be working with different controllers. That, like, somebody with a pro controller is going to have quite a different experience from somebody playing with Joy-Cons, or somebody even playing with a stick, which, you know, like, for a project that is as large and visible as 4YMM, you are going to have people who play with an analog stick, for instance, which I find a little bit nuts, but it is going to happen, and it is going to affect the way that they engage with the mechanics. And what their habits are when they see something, like the obstacles that are in my level. I think that was actually the first adept we've taken, just for being incautious. Yeah, kind of nice, very generous headroom on these jumps, but at the same time, a lot in the spacing to kind of keep you on your feet. Yeah, interesting how the ceilings and semi-solids are built to have this kind of continuous sense of geography. Not the first time I've seen that, but definitely something that gives the level, once again, a very unique sense of place, which I think with levels that claim to be traditional does tend to be necessary in order for them to stand out properly. But it's very clear to me that all of these levels are designed to be understood in the context of a superworld, even if they did precede the arrival of the superworld system proper. Yeah, I have rarely been comfortable playing with sticks when it comes to side-scrolling platformers. There are a few exceptions. I found that as somebody who played Tropical Freeze originally on Wii U with the D-pad, that Joy-Con sticks were surprisingly good for it, and that the limited travel actually worked quite well. And the difference there is, you know, with something like Mario, you're thinking block by block. You're thinking on a tile-based system. With something like DKC, you're thinking much more on a momentum-based system. And one where rapid changes in direction in midair are often the thing that's going to save you. We missed a secret path down to the flag, as you can see from the coin that drops down to it at the very end. And yeah, Electro Dude, I'm actually kind of surprised you play with sticks, just given the level of precision on some of the more difficult levels that you've built. I mean, I've barely learned how to shell jump with the D-pad. I could not imagine trying to do it with sticks. Could not imagine it at all. On the other hand, you know, Celeste was a really precise game, and I actually played Celeste with sticks. I died a lot to accidental diagonal inputs in Celeste, but the more important thing in that game, as with DKC, even though DKC feels completely different, is that you did need to change your direction in midair with a very low response time. Like, you needed to be very snappy about suddenly pointing, you know, back and forth across the axis. And that's one thing that I think sticks do much better than D-pad when it comes to platforming. It doesn't come up very often. I don't think it ever really comes up in Mario, because Mario is just not a very aerial game. Although that's also the reason why one of the few things I do play with sticks in Mario Maker is anything that kind of intensely involves the P-balloon, for instance, or anything that has a lot of high-speed swimming with the frog suit, things like that. I will switch to sticks for that, simply because, once again, the directional changes matter more. Whereas most of the time I am kind of thinking tile by tile. Oh, oh, did not expect that guy. I did need to sneak under the lower pipe. Sticks make it easier to adjust for you. Interesting. Okay. Pretty nice castle, this one. Was caught off guard, obviously, by that little section just outside here. But yeah, I mean, you know, given that the concept of this world is, imagine what a 2D, 3D world must have been like if it were officially developed by Nintendo. I mean, obviously within the constraints of the aesthetic palette that we have for Mario Maker, it's gone quite a long way in terms of keeping things interesting and keeping it decoratively varied. Having a very simple progression with some of the boss mechanics that we saw with just the 3-hit piranha plants earlier on. Very simple Hauser fight. And that's pretty much going to be it, so. Yeah, of course, Pro Controller sticks and Joy-Con sticks are a very different story, I think, just given that the Joy-Con sticks have this very snappy range and very limited travel. I mean, Tropical Freeze felt very comfortable on the Joy-Con sticks. I don't actually know if it would feel as comfortable on the roomier analog sticks of the Pro Controller, or if I would prefer the D-pad for that instead. But yeah, I think it often depends on what your comfort zone was in terms of, you know, which controllers you picked up in the first place when you were going about the business of learning video games, because obviously for people who came about during the GameCube era, for instance, we're talking about a platform with very few side-scrollers at all. The most prominent side-scroller was played with the bongo drums, and that was, of course, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. And you would have a D-pad that was so small that it was barely usable for anything other than taunting people in Smash. And so the D-pad on the GameCube was basically irrelevant for most purposes. Like, you would very rarely be using that as a main input. I remember trying to use that as a main input in the Mega Man Collection port that went to GameCube, and having a bit of a miserable time with it because the D-pad is just too small. But yeah, I mean, you know, for players who would grow up in that kind of environment, for instance, you would have a greater level of comfort with sticks generally. I, of course, predate that. I always felt more comfortable with it. Let's do one more from Fabio, just to have a totally different sense of design from him in terms of looking at something that's a little more challenging, and then we'll move on to some of the other makers that we want to feature. So, let's take a look at Fire Snake's Frozen Ground Castle. He calls it 3 stars, where you escape from the Fire Snake and make it through the parkour. Be quick. I love the bongo drums. I was always very impressed with Jungle Beat. I never actually owned the bongo drums. I actually rented Jungle Beat back when, you know, having games from video rental was still a thing that you could do. And they would have the accessories like the bongo drums, and yeah, had an absolute blast with that game, and always did wonder what else you could adapt it to in terms of other bongo runs. Bongo run through Sekiro definitely sounds rather interesting. I should have gone forward instead of dawdling here. I am still conditioned by that mini barf Lemmy level from a few weeks ago, where you could in fact safely jump on top of the boo track. I'm apparently still programmed by that level to expect that the boos are actually functional as platforms. That's very clearly not the case. Now, this is not an auto-scroll. We can just outrun the timer. Lower the gate. And yeah, it is going to be on tracks, so the timer is going to continue. But we have plenty of opportunity to get ahead in the meantime. Oh, not that far ahead. Yeah, Jungle Beat is a great game. Made my hands very sore. But it's sort of odd to think about it. I think it's actually true that Jungle Beat was the premier Nintendo platformer on the GameCube, like when it comes to 2D. And you can see why they gave the developers of Jungle Beat in Tokyo Studio control over mainline Mario, because of course it was that team that got moved to 3D Mario starting with Galaxy. Okay, I like how you get a bit of a repetition on that kind of timed obstacle. I mean, doing it in one icicle cycle is a bit risky. I was a bit overconfident from having it done successfully the first time. In the meantime, the timer has not been an issue at all up to this point, but we're going to have a full reset on the timing mechanism starting with this checkpoint flag here. Yeah, like the what was formerly called EAD Tokyo, which obviously that everything has been reorganized ever since the Switch era, but the main team that was responsible for 3D Mario from Galaxy up to Captain Toad, like, the game where they really made a splash internally within Nintendo was Jungle Beat. And I think you can definitely see that influence. Like, if you see some of the, you know, platformable water bubbles that are suspended in mid-air, which are a mechanic in the Galaxy games as well as in 3D World, which were, of course, that very notorious segment near the end of Champions Road. Those ideas kind of originate in DK Jungle Beat, rather. Like, Jungle Beat is the first game I can remember seeing that had the kind of suspended water bubble platforming. I might be missing some earlier example, but Jungle Beat was one of the first places where I really took notice. Okay, so I actually do have the damage boost through that. I think it's not a droppable icicle, and so that did kind of catch me off guard. That I do have to go right away. Okay. Interesting that the bomb timer there is just used as an on-screen signal. It's not used for any other purpose. It doesn't set anything off. All it does is tell you when it's safe to go. So that's kind of neat to have an on-screen trigger like that that you can watch and kind of track. So this looks like it's going to be a little more difficult, going to be a little more demanding in terms of precision. And we'll just have to adjust around it. The fact that we've only seen one checkpoint so far tells me that I should expect a checkpoint 2 somewhere, followed by another segment. Maybe. Kind of hard to tell with this level because quite a lot going on with it, but we'll see. We have to basically take off right away here. Past the symmetry doors that spat us out. Still not jumping close enough to the edge. I'm just kind of vastly overestimating the amount of momentum I'm able to get off of the ice blocks. But yeah, look at that bomb. It's synchronized with the activation of everything else. I've been a little bit sloppy in this room. I've been taking a hit every time. Pattern is fairly easy to dodge, but it's just as easy to be very careless. So okay. In the meantime, we'll come down to this wraparound here. Have to remember that we are still on a timer. Caught off guard a little by that Potoboo right there. And yeah, pops out right away. Let's try to actually evade some of this stuff this time. I have to do a bit of a crouch jump every time because I have to compensate for the fact that I don't have quite as much room to work with as Super Mario. Now, is this power-up going to be conditional? No, so escaping that as Super Mario doesn't actually confer any advantage. Yeah, in the meantime, we'll peek out here. And yeah, let's just take a look at this. And we'll just try to get ahead of the timer again, as we did before. Not hard to beat that once you I don't know what you're doing. It looks like you really do need a full jump right off the edge there, though. And that's something I'm still miscalculating every time. Okay, let's jump around a bit more. Yeah, nice little minigame here. Does feel appropriately like a minigame rather than anything like a boss, but kind of an interesting check for playing around with that Boo and Boo mechanic in a slightly different context. I mean, I guess the track that is the central mechanic of this level is a Boo Boo. I guess that wasn't really worked into the title, but you know, that's kind of natural affinity of these minions. Hey, Miya's Chicken's still into the purple, I see. Yeah, I don't know if I actually like the spacing on that, because I am doing a full jump, but you really have to gain quite a lot of momentum. I think I'm at full speed when it comes to the hidden P meter, but difficult for me to tell. Difficult for me to tell what I'm doing wrong on that jump and how I can make it better, because I feel like I already am making the edge jump. Clearly I'm not, so definitely just miscalculating. In the meantime, let's drop back in. Yeah. Well, at least it looks like we only have to do that twice. Yeah, I mean, I guess the color purple is very much part of the Twitch brand identity at this point. I will say that I always liked the purple GameCube. I remember there being a very divisive reaction back in the day, maybe less so for the similarly purple first release of the Game Boy Advance. The Indigo, as it were. Indigo GameCube and Indigo GBA. Keep missing this. But, you know, that was, I think, during a period in the transition from the N64 to the GameCube when people were especially self-conscious about Nintendo being associated with being a kid's thing. Like, I remember that used to be a lot of that adolescent conversation that you would see online where, you know, Nintendo was suddenly not edgy enough for everybody. And obviously that was responsible for a lot of the drift of the N64 audience over to the PS1, even back in that era, when increasingly you had this after effect of the Nintendo-Sega wars in certain markets, leading people to this misapprehension that, you know, Nintendo was kids stuff that they'd all just naturally outgrow. Okay. Okay, we're just a little bit too slow, a little bit difficult to see that that timer was actually going to catch up to us quite like that at the end. Can I get angry? Like, is that a request? Like, are you asking me if I'm able to, or are you asking me to do it? Because I think I might have to do that as a channel point reward or something. At best. No, I mean, not that I want to encourage that much negativity on the stream, but I mean, if you're asking me if I'm able to, yeah, probably. Maybe not so much in public, but if I really needed to for some, you know, specific utility, like busting out my Incredible Hulk mode or something. Hey, Melon Ryan, welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well. In the meantime, we'll just jump around. We are just allowed to take one hit here, at no real disadvantage, given that we spawn directly onto a mushroom. Okay, have to be really quick because the timer catches up to us at the end in ways that are difficult to see. Like, I thought I was doing rather well, but I think I got complacent in a lot of these sections here. And you actually do have to be very, very quick. And you can't see that you have to be very quick, like because the timer just kind of slaps you from off screen right at the end. So that's one thing that I'm not too fond of when it comes to this track timer, is that even if you feel like you're outrunning it, you don't know how safe you are. Which is, I think, a risk often with anything that's not built around auto-scroll that's of this nature. Like, obviously you are supposed to buy as much time as you can, but it does mean that the degree to which you are ahead of the track pacing is invisible for much of the level. I keep missing that. But yeah, as I was saying, I never had any problem with the sort of indigo lunchbox design of the original GameCube. In fact, I found it was really charming. But it really speaks to what attitudes were like at the time when Nintendo was kind of bleeding off a lot of its audience. That people were just incredibly self-conscious about that as a toy box color. So yeah, in a video game context, that's one thing I associate with purple for sure. Okay, we're ahead of the track now. Let's see how much room we have. Not much. Yeah, it kind of catches you by surprise and punishes you there. Miss Chicken, on that particular question, I can neither confirm nor deny. That's what I'll say. I don't think I'm in a position to judge. Anyway, let's move in here. What I will say to that is that the cat is neither alive nor dead until you look in the box. Or that it's, by the Copenhagen interpretation, simultaneously alive and dead until you look at the box. That is my answer to your question. Whoops. But yeah. A little bit out of nowhere, I think, but we'll deal with it. I mean, it's pretty clear to me what I can improve when it comes to the timing of that element. I'm slowing down a bit when it comes to the segment where you have to go over the spinies that drop towards you. Obviously, I can just hit the first switch much cleaner. Okay. Yeah, losing a bit of time there. Okay. Bit of a tricky jump there. Pandora's box, what the door? I mean, I guess Pandora's box was really quite a vivid example of pick a pipe or pick a door gone wrong in a... Well, not really, because it was just one box. It was not like she was choosing between boxes or anything like that. But I'm sure there was some kind of mythological antecedent to the scourge that is pick a pipe design. This makes me think of that Sieve video back in Maker 1 of Greek mythological creatures in Mario Maker, where he had this little story to go with it when he was showing off levels that implemented the Hydra and so on. I don't remember if Pandora's Box was one of those, but I remember that being a particularly appealing way to show off what you could do with Mario Maker, particularly to an audience that consisted of a lot of people who didn't even play, actually, or might not even have had a Wii U, but just sort of wanted to see Steve talk about contraptions. Yeah, not really fond of that jump. But then I'm also unclear on building momentum there. I should really just trust the coins and drop straight down and run. Yeah. Having some kind of, you know, really strictly curated all-troll project, I think, would be kind of interesting. That probably already exists, just given how well-established the troll community is, but, you know, in terms of having some kind of, like, troll anthology, there's definitely a market for that, given how many troll makers and players there are out there. I mean, I'm obviously not a troll specialist, but I'm not a refuse-nick either. Yeah. That jump there, Not sure about it. We'll try to get it, I'm sure. I mean, it wasn't causing me that much trouble on the earlier attempts, but I am beginning to kind of overthink how we can improve my speed and accuracy here, and so even just tripping up slightly on some of this early stuff is going to cause long-term problems. And yeah, once again, the issue here is that I cannot see how far behind I am, or how far ahead I am. There was a troll race in SMM1 in a Kaizo Discord. Okay, I see. Interesting. Flipping that wall before hitting the blue platform, yeah, I do see that being the issue there. I am holding right a little bit too early, I think, in preparation for the dash. Okay. Whoops. And of course, we still have whatever comes after checkpoint 2 to deal with. Although, given how this level has been set up, I'm sure that it won't be anything too extravagant. It's used up a lot of available space already, I think, for horizontal scrolling. So it might just be another room like this one. But we'll have to see. Okay, how far ahead am I? We're about to find out. Okay, safe. And what do we have here? We have a boss door. Oh, I see. Okay, it's a bit of a maze where you Try to clear each of the power jumps. And I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Okay. Almost made it. Just got a little bit stuck at the end. It's not too bad. The tuning is actually surprisingly generous in that I actually got trapped in quite a few POWs. And still, I looked like I had room to proceed, so not that bad. Actually, kind of a nice final obstacle, although you'll notice that this Podoboo is no longer dragging a whole bunch of boos. Probably just for entity limit reasons, I would guess. But yeah, that finishes off the concept nicely. I think visibility in the part between checkpoint 1 and 2 was a bit of an issue, but other than that, the platforming itself was pretty fun. So let's move on to a different maker. That's plenty of Fabio. One sitting. Yeah, thank you for GG. Since Electro Dude is here, why don't we just look at that one next? Okay, where are you? This has been falling off with time. Last time I checked in on it, I think it was about 8%. But I guess some sloppier players have started to step in, so... Well, and I guess CDR got the world record, and CDR must have held up that clear rate as well. Just watched it steadily plummet. So, let's take a look at Metal Mecha Madness and see what's up. Okay. We see mechas. We see more mechas. Okay. Yeah, no, I just missed the jump entirely. It looked like it would be safe. This was for a contest where you weren't allowed to use... I should actually have watched the level instead of just looking at chat. Hey, Rybones, welcome. Rybones, I haven't played yours yet, but we do have a couple of yours queued up for later in the stream. So, good of you to drop by. No, but you were saying this was made for a contest. Oh, I see. That actually is supposed to be a reliable position for the red missile. I was wondering where to go next to there, and that would be it. That was a surprisingly generous timing, and I missed it anyway. Weren't allowed to use spike punchers or saws. That's interesting. I mean, I guess having a death pit in the bottom is the way to go about it. In that you obviously can't suspend the player over any damage surfaces, and so you would be building something that is kind of forward and linear. Anyway, I'm being very sloppy with the jumps off the donut blocks, as you can see. Let's just get our heads back into this properly. And nice little touch to have those mechas trapped along the side as well, just to add a bit of flavor. Okay. Wait. What's going on here? Ah, yes. Down we go. Okay. Nope. Just missed. I knew what I was going for there. I didn't really expect the ceiling to be that low, but I was off target anyway when it comes to landing on the donut block. Whoops. Have to actually drop gracefully out of some of those claws. That's one thing that can be improved as well. Oh, whoops. Wasn't watching that again. I very rarely think of the cannon shots from the red Blasted Koopas as something that is actually part of an intended design rather than something random, and so that was easy to just miss on account of tunnel vision. Okay, here we are. Kind of nice that the blue mechas behave so reliably when it comes to proximity. Needed a bit more of a dash off of that donut block, though. Whoops. And yeah, Rybones, hope you're doing well as well. It's always kind of nice to have a bit of a pre-upload party. We've had a decent number of 4YMM people drop by in some of these previous sessions just to hang out and wait for the codes. So, yeah, quite looking forward to playing that final version when I run the levels myself. I've been running them typically on Tuesdays, so a lot of the big name streamers can kind of get them out of the way first on Sunday and Monday. But I've been running everything with Cake, sometimes at great personal cost, at least when it comes to time spent on a level. But we do the completionist runs around here. Tuning this, yeah, I can see that being a challenge, that you need to rely quite a bit on making the triggering of the blue Koopas reliable from proximity, and that's something that will always, I think, need a little bit of extra spacing, such as what you do with the drop onto this donut block here. You know, just ensuring that the activations are never premature. Okay, that works. Maybe not the timing I originally intended, but we'll deal with it. Yeah, that looked surprisingly tight. I mean, not tight as in difficult to work with, but tight as in, I'm surprised that was reliable at all. Yeah, same with this guy here. Oh. Yeah, actually getting some of those projectiles to behave, I think. And ensuring that the player is in a fairly limited range of positions to get that activated. That is not a tuning experience that I particularly envy. Yeah, I mean, you would have to do a lot in a level like this, I would imagine, just to restrict Mario's positioning in very subtle ways whenever you have him interact with the red mechas. That, you know, like in this spot, for instance, there's only one zone where realistically he's going to be standing, and if you didn't just reduce that to one zone, you are going to have RNG issues like crazy. Okay. Looks like... Oh, I see. Spin jump to deflect a second Koopa over. Okay. Yeah, blue ones don't look that bad. Red ones... They are very positionally dependent. When all else fails, stick them on rails. There needs to be more rhyming advice like that, by the way, for the purposes of Mario Maker creation. When all else fails, stick them on rails. We can come up with some more, I'm sure. Too many likes? Add some spikes. Okay. just go quick there? Yeah, I could see that the spawning of the blue Mecha Koopas at the very end was a bit of a timing check. Rybones, the sort of window for posting opens in about 5 minutes. It is, as far as I understand, a 5-hour window. From midnight to 5 Pacific, 3 to 8 Eastern. I guess that would be... what is it? 9 to 1 Central European. So yeah, I'm not posting mine right away. I'll be posting mine a little further along in the window. I'll just be playing a bit in the meantime. But yeah, I think the window for that opens in a few minutes. And of course, the people who are actually in on who is involved in this week tend to have a pretty good shot at first clear. I've not really been going for the first clear, but we'll see. Usually because I've been saving to play throughs for Tuesdays, but in some cases, yeah, no, I needed to deflect that guy to the right. The coin marker was telling me that quite clearly. Deflecting him to the right would give me an additional bounce off of him. That would then allow me to get on top of the missile, possibly just go directly, in fact. I don't think I need the red missile. Yeah, Rammers, it's nice to have a playing audience for that as well. I mean, you know, the sense of a Mario Maker community is obviously much bigger than just who is involved in posting in this project or any other project. And it's something that I quite enjoy, that, you know, people do get to see lesser-known creators, including lesser-known creators that they personally follow, get a bit of a spotlight. As you were saying. Okay, Rammer, since you're here, we'll actually take a brief hiatus from the 4YMM content just to take a look at yours. Since this was kind of technically in my backlog anyway, and there's something 4%, it should be rather quickly manageable as a 60-second level. So why don't we just take a look quickly? And yeah, Rybone, since you're here, we'll probably look at you next, just to give your thing some plays while you're still here. Down arrow. Oh, ground pound, I see. Did I play an early version of this already? Or does it just look familiar? Oh, no. I think it just looks familiar. Okay. Ground pound. Why does that tell me to do a ground pound? Oh, no. Okay, 60 seconds. Yeah, no, I don't think I've seen this either. I've just seen similar slopes sliding. Okay. That attempt was failed because a fly decided to buzz across my monitor. That's been happening sometimes, and I was just very temporarily distracted. Oh, no. I'm just thinking about the ground pound markings and wondering... Oh, I see. No, because of the clear condition, you actually need as many of those coins as you can get. Yeah, I see. I did not understand that at first, and then I actually paid attention to the clear condition, and then things started to come together. Missed the marker. Oh, no. Okay, Rybones, thanks for the recommendation. I actually did have some of those marked down as the ones I was interested in looking at anyway, so great to have a personal recommendation from you to back some of that up. It's always kind of interesting to see what makers are proudest of or think are, you know, the experiences that play best on stream. Okay, there we go. A bit of a miss there, but hopefully not too threatening when it comes to the clock. Like with something... nope, missed that again. Spin jump, wall jump, okay. Yeah, with something like a 3 to 4% clear rate, I would imagine that the timer couldn't possibly be that tight, but whoops. Hey, Awesome Lab, welcome. Basically, any of your levels before Cumulus Climb are dreadfully difficult and lengthy. I don't mind length. I have a much greater tolerance for length than a lot of players do. But, you know, I mean, I know that can be a bit of a controversial subject sometimes, and one that I think is just colored by the way people do play in a streaming context, where I feel like in some ways the streaming experience, the viewer level experience for one, has maybe excessively standardized people's expectations for length. And I say that despite the fact that, you know, you have so many troll levels out there that do take 90 minutes to progress through. But then that's why people who have very set expectations for how long it should take them to progress through a level also, I think, tend to be the same people who exclude troll levels. Yeah, thank you for the follow. We'll hopefully be able to get through a lot of your list with time. After I lower the clear rate from rammers here. And let's see. Yeah, this week is, keep forgetting that. Like, you see, I just don't respond to markers very promptly, I think. But I know it's there, I know it's coming. Wait. Yep, and of course the alliteration is absolutely appreciated. It gets everyone at least one time, yeah. I mean, I know the purpose of markers is to make sure things are playable blind if they move very fast, or if there is something, for instance, off-screen that you need to react to. The fact that it is introduced there for the sake of fairness, you know, with the piranha coming off-screen like that, does not mean, of course, that it will be any good at following instructions. Oh, missed that switch. We will probably not beat the timer, but... Oh, I see. I actually need to hit that multiple times. Okay. That's okay. We'll scout ahead and see what else I can do. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. 6 seconds with 16 coins remaining. And yeah, we missed 6 coins from the repeatable block, but I actually did beat the timer, so the timer is generous. My accuracy was the problem. Yeah, very roomy timer, actually. Very roomy. It's not going to be the issue. I don't think. Yeah, this one's quite nice. For a collect them all clear condition level, I think it does quite a lot well to, you know, make use of that in a meaningful way. And the repeatable question block, of course, caught me a little bit off guard. But I think that just took a moment to see. The fact that I missed the on-off switch and still had enough time to recover from that just goes to show how generous the timer really is. Okay. And claws. Okay. Going to make a mistake there. Did I totally miss the right side? I think I totally missed the right side. Oh no, I didn't. Okay. We're fine, we're fine. 6 seconds left, and 10 coins remaining. There we are.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
So yeah, Rybones is going to get a code up. And in the meantime, we'll look at some of your levels. So thank you for the GGs. You can see just how far behind the record we really are. So yeah, let's get back into the 4YMM content. And oh yeah, you see Electrodude just came up. So those of you folks who are here, you can have the privilege of racing for that. I'm not going to race for first clear, but it is wide open. And Rybones, do I see yours? Definitely follow you. That's okay. Well, in the meantime, we'll just dig yours up. Okay. So the recommendations that you gave me earlier were for, let me just scroll back up. Solar Showdown, Subterranean Squids, or Cumulus Climb. Well, let's take a look at the newest one, Solar Showdown, and we'll probably have time to do a few of these. So, Mario squares off with Sun in an attempt to score some solar swag. World record from Velhart, who can be quite a speedy player at times. Okay, through the door before the scroll decides to catch us. Oh, whoops. Yeah, if I hadn't flubbed the first jump, it seems like the timing would have been just right. Okay. Interesting how the sun is the thing that is subtly enforcing some timing here. Obviously, I needed to just land that first jump without bumping my head, and I would have been able to get around to Spiny safely. I'm pretty sure. Oops. Tino already on it? Yeah, as Tino would be. We have to check the first clear scoreboard when everything is done, and just to get a sense of how people are doing. So yeah, we see a bit of ice in the beginning of this level with that face. A little bit of artwork where you can see that the angry sun is melting face. It's melting my face. Oh, whoops. And that ultimately the scroll position is going to line up with the sun timing in such a way that it's also going to break open some of those ice blocks we see later, which... yeah, it's kind of nice to use that in conjunction with the custom scroll just to get that to behave somewhat accurately. I think we saw some of that in a 4YMM context with the Angry Sun music level that I think was last week, where you had the Angry Sun basically working as a bit of a secret or challenge timer. But yeah, I think often with these mechanics that are dependent on screen positions, such as the Angry Sun, or the clouds, etc., that custom scroll really is the way to make them click. Whoops. The sun was just about to melt everything over there, and I should have actually made use of that. Oh, whoops. But yeah, I will be uploading mine soon, but I'm kind of timing it such that you folks aren't already busy racing for first clears in some of the other ones, and then we can kind of give you a fair shot here. Really do have trouble sometimes with bumping my head on that corner. That is something I know to be a problem. Very nice, subtle 2-coin trail on the left there, actually, when you enter that door, in terms of getting everything to line up neatly. And yeah, Rybones, thank you for posting that code for those in chat who are going to be racing. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like, you know, I have to get a lot of these things right on the first try, but that's... Actually, that was salvageable even though I missed the on-off the first time. But it's not, you know, precise to the point of feeling super tight. I do still have plenty of room to maneuver, it's just that I am very quickly punished for mistakes. But they are mistakes that seem avoidable if I'm just being careful. So... I like it. I actually do appreciate this kind of tuning quite a bit. And that's going to give me a bit of time to read something? No, it's not. Oh, it's going to give me a platform, I see. Right, because that's what's designated by the box. Box is just going to tell me invisible block track right there. Just needed to understand that the first time, of course. Just, you know, in the process of getting used to the notation of the level, but now it's extremely clear. And we'll just keep that in mind when we see more of that later on in this layout. Nice. And yeah, we'll get that all done. Oh, no, I needed to wait for that drop first. I just didn't read that accurately. Yeah, nice to have a bit of a code race party. As always, whoops. But yeah, we'll definitely have to check that first clear scoreboard when all is said and done. I mean, I guess some of the makers involved do have really huge followings in their own right, and so competition wouldn't just be from people who knew that those contributions to 4YMM were coming. Okay. Okay, let's stay on this until we get access to that. And then, oh, thought I could recover there, and I misestimated that. If I were a little bit lower in that jump, that would have been fine. I got stuck on the wrong side of that pipe. I was expecting something to come out, like when the spiny started peeking out. I don't think I was expecting a parachute, so I just compensated incorrectly. Yeah. Really nice though. Whoops. Missed a spin jump and just fell off. Okay. And what have we got here? Yeah, this is definitely one of the more precise uses I've seen of the Angry Sun in a platforming context. And, whoops, nice little timer lock there too, actually. And I could totally see that coming. I didn't have issues with that up until that attempt. But, yeah, it was very obvious to me that that was a timer lock. I was just slow. Whoops. Yeah, and I do think that the sort of cliff-hanging or almost there emotes that you just posted does express a lot of the situations that we get into. Certainly on this stream. But that's something that just happens. Yeah. Just enough room on a custom scroll to, you know, maybe make one mistake. One big blunder is recoverable. Two, probably not so much. And that's fine. I like that there's a tiny bit of recovery room and also some room to catch up in certain segments. Where you can pick up some speed again. Whoops, needed a bit more height. Oh, there's a puzzly part. Wonderful. Certainly looking forward to that. It's going to be hilarious watching some of the... Well, I mean... Tetratarix or Four Wings, I don't know if how many of you have playtested his puzzle level. It is extravagant, and it is wonderful. It's a great puzzle level, but it's one that took me a significant amount of time to solve in playtesting when I saw an early version of it, and I don't know how much has changed. But it's going to be interesting to see just how much room there is on the first clear race for that one. I am sure it's going to go to somebody who did playtest it, if they wanted a gun for it, simply because, you know, like somebody like Kavik himself will probably just snag that right off the start. Because it is a brilliant puzzle level, but it's big enough that progressing through it will involve a lot of long resets. Like, it is a very big level when you don't have a precise sequence mapped out. Okay. So, Gilmore got it. Okay, so nice going, Gilmore. Gilmore hiding behind his smug little mustache. At least if his me is an accurate piece of art. An accurate portrait of the Mario Maker as a young man. Whoops. Yeah, a little bit of room for error correction there. Okay. I still don't have a good jump timing mapped out for when I want to get on that spiny. Obviously, I want it on the backswing. I want the spiny to come out, swing to the right, swing back to the left. And the fact that the sun is going to lower everything means that I can actually sit tight on the stumps, I think, and just let that drop naturally. And that's the mistake that I'm making, is that I am behaving as though I need to go right away, when I do, in fact, have a bit of a margin of error before the takeoff. Okay. Surprisingly recoverable, given how badly I was playing that. But yeah, left, right, and I had two chances there, and I missed them both. And yeah, Rybones, I mean, no need to hurry with these. Who knows what kind of last-minute cheese checks all of the testers missed, and which will force us all to make some embarrassing re-uploads anyway. I'm glad that has not happened since week 2, I think. I don't think there has been a re-upload since week 2. I think the re-uploads in the early weeks, maybe, scared the daylights into some people. Scared the daylights out of some people, rather. Scaring daylights into some people is what the angry sun does in a level like this one. Okay, here we go once again. And let's... Yeah, that timing on the trampoline is feeling quite comfortable now. And there we go, in the pipe. 5, 5, 5. Don't need to bump that block, that is optional. I do love how the sun carves out a path right away. Need a little bit more precision when doing that directional adjustment. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I have to wait this one out, I think. Oh, I see. No, I needed to erase it up. I did not want that erased. Enjoy your tumor on legs. Is that the Goomba illustration that you did? I think we'll have to take a look at that, even if we aren't playing the 4YMM levels. I mean, let's see. One from Rybone's come up on my list. We'll take a look at the tumor on legs. Just to make sure everybody gets a chance to see it before it gets buried under so much else. Yeah. On-off switch is a little bit off-screen, obviously. I don't know quite what I'm doing there. That'll just take a moment's thought, I think. Probably just something I didn't see because I wasn't heading up to the on-off switch right away. With a full jump, like I was probably meant to do. Oh, climb the vines, yeah. Climb the vines, that's so obvious. I am absolutely blind. You would think, given, well, what some of you may have seen in playtesting and others have not with the 4YMM creation that I'm going to be uploading later in the stream, that climbing vines would be something that I would just know how to do naturally, but apparently not. Yeah, Mang's artwork has been something pretty spectacular. It's a masterpiece. I've come to recognize a Mang comment, like, blindly. Like, I can just look at comment art now and I am able to see that it is Mang art. Usually because Mang's kind of redhead avatar figure is typically involved in some way. Like it was in the bonus room to Mang's 4YMM level, the one that we've seen so far. Whoops. Yeah, I have to head up into the middle and bounce, bounce, over to the left. Jump block up to the on-off. Okay, yeah. Just mapping out that sequence for the first time. Yeah, some really good comment artists. Sure. I think Waryotsu tends to be pretty entertaining when it comes to comment art. Whoops. No. Trying to sneak into the middle there, and that's something I'm being overly cautious about when it's off camera. Okay, I'm behind. Let's see if I can catch up. Yep, caught up. Okay, had the right idea. Needed to plan a little better. Segment that starts to go slightly off screen. And in the meantime, let's let these guys come out. Yeah, I knew that wall was going to be a threat. Didn't really plan out my arc very accurately when I was heading off camera. That was just bad planning on my part. Yeah, I mean, you know, custom scroll is going to be custom scroll, right? Like, it's, I could see where the next wall was. I don't think it's particularly blind, apart from just being off screen and having to rely on intuition for where my trajectory is going to be, but... You know, I know that you only have so many options when it comes to controlling the screen position of the sun. Whoops. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's not being unfair to me or anything. Whoops. Okay, here we go. And what do we have here? There we go. Nice. That feels quite nice to execute accurately, in fact. Yeah. Very poor estimate on my part of how to get over to Munchers, but then sometimes I find that my sense of how safe the spin jump is not always very accurate. So... yeah, actually I have to let up a bit on that jump. That's the trick to it. Okay, a little bit too much momentum there. Right idea, clearly. Oops. And let's go. Okay, have to wait for it to scroll a little bit here anyway, so... next window here seems like the ideal timing. I missed a switch, wow. Okay. Whoops. And let's just continue to climb. And okay, back here again. Back to the limit of our progression where I'm going way too early. Okay. Once again, move through here. I will never know if those coins over Divine were actually ice coin blocks themselves that were also taken out by the Podoboos. Okay, whoops, had the right idea. Once again, just bad initial takeoff on that jump. Yeah, I mean, if that's the tightest jump, we're not really in that bad a spot. It can be done, it's just a little unfamiliar, I think, in terms of the spin jump arc. And unfamiliar just from being something that's underused, at least for somebody like me who has not played that much high precision. And this is not like high precision by any means. Obviously, it's just some jumps that take a bit more adjustment than others. Okay, there we go. There we are. Oh, yeah. Super Mario, I have to actually remember that. I'm still reacting to the fact that I was Super Mario and wondering, okay, what is that going to be used for? Is it going to be for breaking something overhead? Is it going to be as a safety buffer for some damage that's difficult to avoid? What's going on? And then the answer hit me. Except it hit me from below. Okay. Here we are. And munches are going to drop off. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that's something that you'll quickly find about my playstyle is that when I pass something difficult, I usually immediately die afterwards of shock. Or at least just mild surprise. Okay. That's fine, that's still within the same timing window I wanted. Okay. Oh, I see, okay. Took me a moment to read that accurately. Okay. Now we have to let the sun whip that spot on the right. I need the camera to be scrolled all the way to do that. There we go. Nice. I like had that as the ending here. Sort of neat. And the fact that the height of the star also enforces that you need to make use of all the practice that you put into the pokey jumps. Yeah, very nice ending. Yeah, quite satisfying to have the concepts of the level resolved in that way at the end. With a room that uses both controlling the sun arc along with the pokey jumps that were such a big part of the last part of the level, so that went very well. So yeah, Rybones, I know you're in bed already. I'd be happy to play one or two more from your list here in accordance with your recommendations. But we'll take a look. You were also saying earlier that subterranean squids or cumulus climb, yeah. I haven't played any of your recent ones. I actually did follow your profile from some ways back, but I haven't really caught up on a lot of makers for a long time now. Subterranean squids, let's do that. Mario's constant search for treasure has led him to a strange cavern, 1.2%. And, yes, the mole squid interaction. I recently saw that for the first time in a different level, like within the last week or so, actually. Or I'm trying to remember where I saw that now. In that there was a level I was playing, and now that I think about it, it might have been oh, who was that? Might have been Evgar, who had a level that kind of used the Monty Ball mechanic here to simulate wall jumps. Anyway, we need to toggle the switch and we just need to continue. No need to dawdle around there. I mean, it's a little bit different from what you're doing here with using these squids to... Whoops. 2 jumps there. Yeah. Using the squids to mask the munchers, so you basically toggle this between safe and unsafe and activate them from proximity using the mole control. Going to have to catch the VOD because you have to take off? Yeah. Great, thank you for stopping by anyway, and I do look forward to enjoying the latest creation. So yeah, see you around, Rybones. Yes, back to the left, and then up to trampoline, up to the claw. Okay, so you basically claim the claw away from the muncher. No, double tap. And then there's going to be a vine on top of that, yes, so we will have the opportunity to climb up. And single jump there, yes. Just have to get my head on straight when it comes to what requires 2 jumps and what requires 1. The coins partially indicate what's going to happen there, but part of it is just being able to read this well improvisationally. Okay, drop that. Up we go. And what's up here? I see, okay. That was for the trampoline drop earlier. That's pretty straightforward as an ending. Okay, boom's gonna boom. That looked like 2 jumps, but I wasn't totally certain because of the 1 coin marking. Okay, there we go. That's reliable at least. No, whoops. Terrible bounce there. Hideous mistakes. But we'll just drop this back down. Make our way up. Okay, let's assume that's going to be 1 jump, 2 jumps, boom boom jump. Okay, boom boom jump back over to the right. I see. So that right-left pattern actually does work. I don't know if it's necessarily the only way, but it is a way that works, and I'll go with it. And there we go. Yep, meant to suspend you for as long as it can. Oh, no, we needed to head back to the left. And Boom Boom does not actually have room to come here, but we'll just unlock ourselves and get flushed that way. Yeah, needed to get the 3rd bounce on him for the key. That's very clear. Just needed to see that sequence in action. It's easy with a level this complex when it comes to reading a lot of moving parts at once to just instinctively try to press and go forward without thinking about what likely interactions are involved. But yeah. Needed to bounce to the left to get Boom Boom, and then back to the right. And in the meantime... Okay. Let's just tap that. And once again, through this sequence, yeah, I don't know if it is supposed to be, whoops, in that sequence, but given the time it takes for the big blooper to rise on the left side, I think trusting the coins there probably is a decent idea after all. That's how I'm reading the 1 coin and a 2 coin anyway. Yeah, gotta buy some time. Jump up to that line on that first stack. There we are. Just a matter of reading that sequence and grabbing the checkpoint while all of the subterranean squids decide to climb up on the left. Oh, I see. Interesting. Yeah, because once again it is proximity triggered just from getting close to the moles. And until that point, like, notice the way in which the one-way panels are set up to just make it absolutely clear that you shouldn't be jumping ahead and doubling back, because you wouldn't be allowed to. Enforcing that this is going to be relatively deterministic, I think, except we needed to wind up on the right side by the end of that, so we should stay on the left stacks, or just alternate back and forth for as long as we can. I'm sure alternating is probably the intended design, but we could do that too. And this sequence is pretty easy to follow. No, I want to jump on the little ones. That should have been fairly obvious. There are not very many levels that actually make use of that, though, in terms of jumping onto the miniature blooper trail. So, kind of a rarely seen mechanic. But one will just have to play around. And once again, I'm going to completely blow that. Yeah, I have to let it turn around first, and then jump on a tail, in order to ensure that we get 2 bounces, possibly 3. Probably just 2, though, from what I'm seeing here. And yeah, that feels pretty reliable at this point. Oops. And in the meantime... no, what am I doing? Terrible idea, once again. Yeah, cool mechanic. Nope. Same mistake. We'll never learn. Speaking of terrible ideas, starting over from CP. Oh, I see, yeah. Whatever, it just means that you have a fresh chance at the world record time. Yeah, I really do need to wait for that. And it is also clear to me that the coin trail is going to enforce a fairly precise sequence of 3 jumps. Maybe just 2 jumps after... I have to look carefully at what the landing point is going to be after I go up that diagonal to the top left and tap that switch. Anyway, finally. There we go. A little bit of patience goes a long way. Sometimes. Not with every level, obviously. Oh, here we have a throw marker. Okay, fairly comfortable throw, actually. Fairly comfortable. Nice to have that marker regardless, but... yeah, not too worried about this post-checkpoint segment from what I'm seeing. Okay. Yeah. Nice, generous throwing zone. On-off switch drops to munchers. Okay, I see. Took me a moment to realize what the intended arc there was going to be, but we got it. In the meantime... oh, whoops. Yeah, I can see why I might have been slightly misled by that coin trail. That dodges the on-off switches, whoops, on our way up to the key, unless that is the intended path, but I don't see that it is. I feel like I have to take the on-off switches. So, I think I was slightly thrown off by that coin trail, whoops, but I'm pretty sure I do know what the intended sequence is at this point, and so just a matter of reading ahead a little bit. There we go. Have a little bit of forward momentum going into that throw. That's what we were missing. Bounce. Oh, we needed to grab the key. We missed a key, of course, so... oh, and we needed to actually catch the falling platform on the way down. Okay, so that's going to take some rethinking. That means that we might not have understood that after all. Okay, let me read this thing properly. On-off switch destroys the munchers. But then I have to fall immediately on that platform. On-off switch also overlaps the key, though. No, that doesn't grab the key. There is, however... Oh, I see. Okay, there is another blooper stack that's on the left side of the key, and we have not interacted with that at all. That's clearly going to be part of the actual solution. But last thing I should do is land on the blue platform, because we really do need to ride that down instead of letting it get ahead. Okay. Let's drop back down. Yeah. Follow that over. There we go. There we go. There was an intended sequence after all, and we actually did need to trust the coin trail a little bit. And yeah, I have this put together. I just need to execute the last bit cleanly now that I actually know what's going on. So yeah, I guess I should have trusted coin trails to begin with. I just didn't read ahead far enough to see where it was going on the left side after that. Nope. Just late on the jump. Way too late. And yeah, we'll just fix up these things a tiny bit at a time. And here we go. The timing on the bloopers coming up on the left side is quite reliable by the looks of it, given that, again, it's proximity based on something that is going to be a required leftward jump. The player's position going into that column is going to be predictable. And yeah. Okay, pretty safe. Actually, quite a roomy jump once you get used to what's going on. Okay, I feel like... Okay, I guess we could go straight for the coin there. Just needed to buy ourselves some time to get back to the left side. And in the meantime, back up we go. And that once again. Yeah, once you have a good sense of the timing there, that's pretty straightforward. And that's fairly simple. As a bit of a final heartbeat challenge. And that's a yay, and that should bring us pretty close to the goal. G. So yeah, another nice alliterative creation from Rybones. Now, in the meantime, let's take a look at that Goomba art that we were promised Earlier, we have Goodnight Goombas, which so far has 5 plays, or sorry, 5 hearts and 6 clears. Let's take a look at... Oh, okay. What did you call it earlier? You called it a... Let me just scroll back up here. A tumor on legs. Well, I don't know if it's totally fair to the tumors. Yes, absolutely beautiful. Absolutely. Oh, and I see the call has already snagged a world record on that one. So yeah, in the meantime, let's take a look at some other makers that we have coming up. I think this is probably a good time to duck over to Oryutsu. I was saying Oryutsu, of course, was a very big presence in Mario Maker 1. Was involved in both 1YMM and 2YMM, I believe. And he's got a world of 5 levels here that I think we're all kind of around the 1 to 2% range, and so it'll take up a decent chunk of time as a bit of a feature that we're running on the stream, but I'm going to run that, and when I'm done with that, that will probably be a good time for me to hit upload on my end. But we'll see about that. We can always duck in and out and assess that depending on how long I'm taking. Of course, being in the Super World format, we have to be aware of how we could potentially be wrecked by a checkpoint reset, but we have a starting bank of 30 lives. Notice the massive drop-off from 999 stuck at the first level down to 120 at the next one. But of course, this is just World 1, and I'm sure the numbers will spike up again going into the end of World 2. Because there's going to be a big difference, I think, between people who get through the first level of worlds like this and people who choose to see it all the way through. No, it's just 5 levels, so these are the only 5 we're dealing with. So yeah, the little bump at the end, up to 199, when people get to the final castle. So yeah, 1 world, 5 levels, let's do them all. I believe Wargutsu actually only has 6 uploads total, and so it's just these 5 plus 1 more. Oh, big mushroom time. That was unexpected. That's what reset door is for. Yeah, Chomp Stump. Oh, because you kill the Chomp Stumps as the big mushroom. I've actually not seen that before, I don't think. I don't think I've ever seen a mechanic used in a platforming context. Maybe as part of a really obscure puzzle, but very nice that the first part of this level actually gives you a reset door to make sure that you completely understand what's going on. So far, everything has felt very safe, and so we'll see how to make our way forward here. Nope, needed to catch that on the bounce up. I don't know if we're going to get a second bounce from whatever, be it a trampoline or a jump block that is projecting it from underneath. Notice how it compresses them continuously as well. It doesn't work the same way that a block would, a hard block for instance. Yeah, basically works with the same kind of jump logic as something like a P-switch jump. Like, if we treat them like P-switch jumps, we're okay. That was wrong. But yeah, very interesting mechanic. This is just one of those interactions that I think a lot of people completely missed in terms of, you know, even bothering to try it out. Although, of course, this has been a very popular level in its own right, so maybe this has been well known in Mario Maker all along, and I was just oblivious to it. Yeah, need to go right away. Going right away is the safest timing, I believe. But if we treat the stack later as something like a series of P-jumps, this stack right here. And that should be fairly safe. Got a bit nudged on the edge over there. Now, of course, this being a super world, I do have to mind the fact that I shouldn't just throw lives away carelessly if I do want to keep the checkpoint for a change. Okay. Yeah, a little bit late there. And part of the issue is that I am trying to dash out of that, and it does not really give me the room to do that. So, it's because of the way that the stumps aren't really acting as surfaces in the usual way. It feels exactly like a P-switch jump. Like in the hands, that's pretty much how the timing of the collision with the chomp stump seems to operate. Oh, whoops, going too low. And yeah. Let's check this. Oops. I see, there is a stump that was going to fall on top of that, so we actually did need to just let it fall first. See what's going on. Very interesting variant of the central mechanic. Yeah. Okay, really do have to go either faster or slower, just have to pick one. Whoops. And let's head back down. Yeah, a little bit too slow due to the same issue that I had before. Just maybe I shouldn't be falling gently there at all, but jumping around just to be absolutely clear what kind of bounces are available and how far down the stack we are progressing. Because this has this very springy feel to it when it comes to progression. Yeah. Like that. Much better. Significantly better method, I think. And significantly better timing when I actually allow the first one to drop gently. Oh, nope. That will hopefully give me a reset door, but I think that's going to be a bit of a tall order just to get across any of that. Okay. Very distinctive start to this world already. Of course, I think it was just all of the previous levels retrofitted into a world, of course. But it was important to just play it through the world system, just to see as much as we can all at once. And we are. And on we go. Now, I guess this would have been an interaction that was, in fact, available in Maker 1, but very obscure in Maker 1, I guess, given the rarity of the big mushroom, which was mostly locked to the amiibo. I mean, I know there was an alternate way to get it without having the 8-bit amiibo figure, but at the same time, the idea was that you would rarely see this. So maybe this was something that was known to Ryutso from before, although obviously doing it in a poison setting is something that would have been unavailable until Maker 2. Okay. Nice, very smooth timing here. Not so smooth there. Okay. Meantime, let's just stomp our way through all of this gently. And yeah, I did nudge against that second stump, but that actually did give me an opportunity to recover, which of course we immediately squandered. Nope. And here we go. Nice of this level to give us a refresh on that Mega Mushroom in that spot in case somehow we got hit at the last minute. But how survivable that would have been in the first place. Ooh, that was a bit of an unexpected bounce, but we made it. So, no complaints here. Okay, we're at checkpoint 2, and we burned 20 lives, and so have to be pretty careful with this from this point, I think. Lest we reset the whole thing. No, whoops. Like I said, have to be a bit careful with this. And yeah. Oh. Okay, no, that's not a totally limited amount of time, but we do need to go immediately in order to have the second platform remain available. Nope, a little bit right around that corner. Yeah, losing the checkpoint seems imminent. Okay. This timing, of course, we had tons of trouble with earlier. No, we really did need to trust that to bounce right up. It is well signaled by the background art. If you look at the background art, that there are those ground tiles that are surrounding where the stump spawns are going to be. Interesting that the spawn works with this very reliable pattern over here. With this beeping musical timer in the back as well. Okay. There we are. And flagpole is right there, but we need to survive this a little bit. And there we are. Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at Rammer's artwork when we're out of here as well. Meantime, we'll just progress with this world. Learn what we can with the 6 lives that are available. Hopefully a little more than 6. Okay, this is going to be challenging as always. Oh, look at that, we actually got something. Great. I'm sure that will be a tremendous help. Maybe should have let this level eject us out into the world map before claiming that, but in the meantime, let's play Rising from the Poison. What's going to rise from the poison? Let's find out. Like it's going to be more stump tech. And stump goes up. Being a bit impatient there. I actually have an unpublished level that is very similar to this, like Chomp Stumps in SMP3 Poison. This one is better than what I had in mind. I mean, mine was unpublished specifically because there were some things that I couldn't quite make work to my satisfaction, like the way that the Chomp Stumps were happening. But oh, keep bumping my head in that pipe. Hey, Kavik. Welcome. My code is not posted yet, in case you're wondering, and it will go up in the channel immediately after I know what it is. The people in the channel, of course, will have first crack because they'll see the code as soon as I do. But that is the plan. We're just finishing Waryutso World in the meantime, and I'll probably post mine right after that. So currently on level 2 out of 5. Oh yeah, I hope you've been doing well on your end, and certainly looking forward to the debut of this week's batch. I've been playing them later in the week, you know, just letting the big streamers give us all a pleasant watching experience on the first 2 days or so, and usually getting to the levels myself on the Tuesday. Yes, this is, I will give you Waryutso's maker code, Red Toxin, and I have it written down here. And this is the second level of the world, and you can look for the title, which is Rising from the Poison. So here's his maker code. And yep, I have actually not seen any of this. As I was saying earlier, I mean, I do remember his creations from Maker 1, but I had not really caught up on his Maker 2 ID at all, and so this is pretty much all new to me. Whoops. That was perhaps a little too cautiously timed on my part. Should have just gone for it. That's been catching me way too often. Yeah, this one's from some time ago. I mean, they got stitched together into a super world that covers 5 out of 6 of his creations, I think. Yeah, this is, I think, from fairly early on in the game. I wonder why I keep slipping like that. It is partly because I'm just bumping directly into that pipe, but there's something about that drop in particular that is throwing me off consistently. Whoops. And here we go. Yeah, Electrodude, I guess the Netherlands must be in a pretty good state now that restaurant dinners are just operational again. I mean, here we have outdoor dining that has been restored, but indoor dining is not really available yet. It's hopefully starting up soon. Oh, there we go. The boo says boo. And we're down to 1 life, so this checkpoint is not going to last very long, I don't think. This is clearly a seesaw that is going on underneath. And yeah, we'll just get back to the checkpoint and continue. Yeah, I mean, I definitely see that even as public spaces are reopening, that there's a lot of tension surrounding that in most places that are in their reopening phase. We actually have cinemas starting up again around here. They do it with very low seating capacity and with a mask requirement until you sit down, but we're a little far off from everything opening. But at least we are in a situation now where everybody is wearing masks when they are on the outside, and so hopefully recovering quickly. But we'll see. I mean, we were a little bit behind what was going on in Europe over here, so... whoops. In the meantime, let's tap this thing. Jump, jump, jump. Let this gate calmly lower for once. I see the coins are just kind of implying that I should just slide down off that 3-pipe platform. And so, not listening to the coins is once again going to be something we do at our peril. Okay, let's just let this slip off. Yeah, and just sliding off gently is going to be a significantly better approach there. Okay. And Boo is going to say boo. Oh, no. That felt perfectly safe last time, and I think that was just a consequence of overconfidence there. And we'll just let this slide its way down again. Oh, whoops. And, okay. Let this lower itself. And back up we go. Shouldn't take long to recover our previous position. Just have to be aware of what's going on here. Going to have a bit of a jump scare, or a sit on the stump scare, a stump scare. Now, it looks like I just need to compress that completely. Take a bit of a risk there. There we go. Nice spacing on that, actually. And nice reuse of the stump as we are taken through to this scene that I'm sure is very familiar from Perfix's Uncaged. Okay, so we need to not get squished. Yeah, nice to have that little musical indicator doing so much work for us. I did not actually pay attention to where the key door was, but I guess we'll have to work our way back. And hope that I didn't miss something really obvious. There we go, key door. And up the pipe. So that was effectively a key pipe. Disguised as well as it could be. And the boos that have been threatening us all this time are going to now actually pursue us in earnest. Okay, just slightly lower jumps, I think. Can we actually do this safely? Or is that timing going to be totally compromised? Well, why don't we just wait for the moon to swing around? The boos are approaching. The boos are approaching, and there we go. Really did need to read my arc properly there, but nice little moment of tension at the end. We felt like it had a pretty decent spacing to it, so. Here we are. Once we got past the first segment, everything came together fairly well. And let's continue. Might as well pick up some replenishment while we are at it. back to NES baseball we go. Oh, always have a bit of trouble with the knuckleball. Being a little better than usual, though. Quite a bit better than usual. And one more to go. That is actually probably the best I've ever done on this. I usually take at least 2 hits, if not all 3. Oh yeah. Not too much of a drop-off between this and the Fortress when it comes to the number of plays, so wonder what that's all about as we get into the icy grip of the claw, which is going to show you in this little intro segment the claw picking up the spiny hat. And yeah, looks like that's going to show us a couple of different claw interactions with the stump and the munchers and the POW delivery. Nice, already 3 completely different uses of that mechanism. Keeping things quite interesting. And we'll just unwisely hug the screen, as we tend to do with an auto-scroll. Jump over to this side and over here. And in before the icicles hit anything, so... Okay. Going quite well so far. No, that was mostly a hint to swing to the right. I mean, you could, of course, go for that bonus if you wanted. But that was perhaps rather reckless. So let's pop up here. Whoops. And in the meantime, let's try that once again. No, you know what? I keep getting thrown off by that. I also get thrown off by the fact that I suppose the muncher is imminently dropping, so I shouldn't stay there for too long. Yeah, just need to do a nice big swing to this side, yeah. I mean, I suppose jumping to the right does allow you to get a nice swing timing on the claw on your way back. That would be a way to think about this obstacle. Yeah, because you do need that to bust open first, and so jumping to the right does give you the appropriate timing, but you do need to beat the muncher on your way back to the left side. That does seem like the ice needs to open up first before it is all that safe to proceed. Yeah, swing right, left. I mean, the coins are telling me to go to the right, but I don't think I completely understand what to do with this pattern otherwise. Maybe let it break, and then swing left right before the muncher hits, but then it looks like that margin is a little bit narrow. Chill on the right? Yeah, because of that stump, right? Like, does the claw come back down, is the question. Oh. Yeah, we're supposed to chill. And yeah, there we go. Just gotta chill. Probably should have clued into that just from seeing the stump on top of the muncher in the first place. I was paying too much attention to the muncher as some kind of timing enforcement. Not nearly enough attention to the stump. So yeah, good suggestion there. Whoops. Well, that was needless. Yeah, because I suppose that did not look possible, and I was just not watching the stump because I was not expecting, oh, that to come back down from the top. So, Anyway, I do, in theory, know how that pattern is supposed to go now. And we'll just roll with that. Drop, drop, drop. Up we go. Actually going to get some proper jump height there for once and wait for the muncher to... oh, I see. No, no, no. We need to let it drop above the semi-solid instead of going quite so impatiently. And yeah, let that come back down. It's very rare that impatience is the thing that kills me with the kind of playstyle that we tend to exhibit on this stream. Because I usually go a little bit too slow in terms of reading things, but if anything, it just means that these levels are, in theory, paced for the way I usually play, and that being conditioned by some other levels to speed through everything was not to our advantage. Oh. Okay, let's actually let the claw drop it in a safe location. There we go. Okay. Everything activate, and through we are. And on we go. Yeah, I really do like the stump reuse. I think it's always very satisfying, from a maker's perspective anyway, to see some element reuse like that. That, as a maker, I think is always very satisfying to put those things together. I don't tend to do it very much, but you know, I always do respect when other people put that in. That very satisfying sense of an obstacle being multi-purpose, or platform being multi-purpose as well. Okay, so here we have a ride up the lift. We're going to chase that shell that was snatched away at the beginning. I guess now the objective is to claim it. Claiming it is going to do what? It is going to require that we try to unstack the munchers one by one while landing accurately. We can land in the middle, we can alternatively land on the lower claws. Seems like the arc was kind of designed for lower claws, but... Oh, you know what? We can just swing back and forth. Why am I doing it that way? Yeah, we can just swing back and forth. That's what the arc is meant to signal to us. And we'll just try to stay on as long as we can in the meantime. Without getting bumped, so I'm letting up on the swing from time to time, and looks like crushing Boom Boom using the big munchers is going to be what ultimately gets us through. So thank you, Spiny Hat. Very nice of you. King. Okay, looks like we have perhaps snatched away royalty. I would assume that the claw here is for the ending segment, so why don't we just... Oh. Completely fail to get snatched away by it. For the true ending. So, thank you for the GG, so much for that one. We've got 2 more to go. So let's see what's going on at... It's Meatballs time. Where are you? So, representing the country of Italy very proudly with a supply of meatballs. And once again, we are back in the SMB3 type poison level, which seems to be a favored theme of his. I mean, it is something that I think is very aesthetically unique relative to everything else that is available in Mario Maker, and also Mechanically, the poison theme always has so much going for it. And in the meantime, we'll let things drop. Let's bypass this one patiently. Oh, you beat this, okay. Looks like we have Muncher Stack guarding the key door, and that is going to be the solution to the Muncher Stack. Now, these boots were made for stomping. Stomping all over the meatballs, apparently. And we'll just have to outrun this guy. Outrun, outrun. Oh, that acceleration was something that maybe threw me for a loop. But it's okay. Pretty easy to get back there. In the meantime, let's just let the spike balls do their business. And yeah, pretty gentle spacing all around, actually. I think a lot of these levels are tuned around being just mildly cautious and occasionally quick, but in short bursts. You can see in this little chase segment that we're going to totally flub despite the extremely clear indication of where those slopes are going. Yeah, just very pretty level all around. Like, look at the placement of some of the ground doodads up front with all the valves in this pipe layout. A lot of little attention to things like that in Wario's levels in general. We could kind of see that in the earlier level, the first one in this set, in terms of how the stump spots in that first poison level were being signaled by a mix of mushroom platforms and ground decorations. Just a lot of attention to using the color scheme to catch your attention. Very clear and consistent fashion. Definitely a lot to pick up from a level like this when it comes to using aesthetics as a tool for visual clarity. Okay, let's let that through. Down to 19 lives, but that's okay. Not doing nearly as badly death-wise as we were with the very first level in this set. Things since then have been relatively calm. And yeah, we could have gone quickly, but waiting for this cycle was probably a smart thing to do. And we'll just let that get tossed. And where are we going with this? There we are. Bounce, bounce, bounce. It was very calming to have the peaceful music as well. Okay, letting that set us down was clearly correct. A little bit of tension at the end there with the breaking of the blocks, but not something that is actually threatening. Just a little bit of a gate timing there with the way spike balls were being tossed. Now we just ride this out. Whoops. Right after the checkpoint, so not too concerned about that. That's just a bit of a first look at that obstacle and how it might present a momentary reading challenge. And that's a 1-up right there. It's from amassing coins in the meantime, so let's just let this drop. Nice that we're not under incredible time pressure, at least by the looks of things so far. Love that kind of seesaw-ish timing there, even though it's just on twisters. Pow Block is going to do what for us? It's going to kill the Muncher. Great, because that will just allow us to slip through this side here. Oh, nice. That's a cute little obstacle there that looks very much like the platform is being destroyed or just being recycled on the other side. Very neat platforming effect. Okay, let's drop that down. And there we go. Yep, fairly straightforward. Need to stay on your toes a bit, but all things considered, pretty manageable. Okay, now we actually know what's going to happen here, which is, to be fair, very well signaled. It's just that, you know, it's such an unconventional interaction that can be easy to panic a bit at the very last moment. Okay, boss music is going to tell us peaceful time is over. We've got some time pressure to deal with now. Always kind of neat to see examples of how changes in music can actually signal expectations for the pacing of a certain segment. You know, we hear the boss music and it just kind of does its own little subtle thing immediately to tell you, you know, no time for love, Dr. Jones. But just gotta really just make a run for it. Okay, that timing went a lot more smoothly this time for some reason. That little drop did not. And yeah, Remmers, glad to see you around. Remmers, too bad you couldn't stay for my imminent upload, which after this level and one more we were going to do, but I guess you'll be able to catch that when you're up and operational once again. So enjoy that when you get a chance to play it, and enjoy all the rest as well. Too slow. Much too slow. Need tighter corners, tighter jumps all around. Yeah, Rammers, thank you once again for staying for so long, as always. Always very happy to feature your levels as well. Yeah. Nice short jumps. Resolve a lot of things there. Spike is going to bust things open. And in we go. And Spike Ball is going to let us drop in and get flushed. I love when Ubuntu locks the entire keyboard for no reason. Oh, really? Okay. I haven't done a home Linux install for quite a long time, so I have not had to deal with that for some time. But yeah, hopefully that's sorted out on your end and is not something that is going to continue to present a problem. Meantime, let's take a look at the last of this set of 5 from Wariutso. That's a spiny pulled down. Whoops. We've seen this interaction many times. I somehow still have a way of missing the bounces. Interesting to see that ice block used to control the initial spawn here, just to get the spiny to behave. That's a neat little bit of course correction. Down. I suppose it would be bounce and then back on this thing. Glad I actually had time to read that. I was, once again, much too fast. Didn't think very carefully about the way that the thwomp would be trapped by the one-way panel. Okay. And there we go. I mean, this zone here conditions us to wait for an appropriate spiny timing, and yet we did not heed that lesson. Level is very clear about what that requirement is going to be. Love the way that spiny hangs down on the bottom as a single jump against a wall here. Positioning feels quite nice. And there we are. No, we need to get on the spiny and then onto the stumps. And that was very clear to me, actually. I just completely flubbed the timing due to the wiggle at the end of its track pattern there. There is a particular point in the track pattern that we need to be looking out for in terms of maximizing our bounce height, and there we go. And that's pretty satisfying, especially with all those actually unthreatening chomps departing to stumps, gravitating towards us in the meantime. Nice little timing window on the snake block drop once again. Whoops. Hey, Wasabi Wabbit, there is nothing to worry about. If you are the viewer, you can lurk and enter and exit at your leisure. No need to check in and check out. This isn't that kind of hotel. But yeah, glad to have you back anyway. Whoops, too soon. Yeah, my first time seeing this is very, very enjoyable. Just the spacing and kind of control that we get. And also just the, neat little surprises here when you see a very clear path but also don't exactly know how the safe outcome is going to look at the very end of it. Whoops. I should actually pay attention to slipping and sliding onto snake blocks while I'm talking. But yeah, very neat, this one. And that first timing was fairly easy to correct as well. It's good to see. Yeah. Whoops. But yeah, just the right amount of delay between the snake block starting to wiggle and the spiny getting into position underneath. Oh, in the meantime, let's hop up here. And okay. Okay, I see. So we need to time this out accurately to do that. I was trying to short bounce on that. I just completely flubbed the timing. And here we are. Oh, swung left a little too soon on that drop. Let's try this once again. Getting a little bit complacent after a chain of successes. Drop, drop, drop. And let's see what we can do here. Yeah. Once again, being pushed into position, we'll have a nice, safe scroll break over there. A really lovely sequence to finish that segment. Okay, just have to mind the timing accurately this time. There we go. Almost at the big finish. And once again, we have the ice block controlling the initial spawn position. And a slight escalation into precision for this whole challenge, but with some pretty familiar obstacles. And yeah, Red Toxin, good to see you here all this time as well. Whoops. And yeah, you know, in general, people are perfectly welcome to lurk as long as they want. There's no obligation on people to say hello and chat, but it's very pleasant company when you do, of course. And oops. I was maybe getting a bit complacent about that shake timing on the snake block, just given experience with how the timing was working with the big spinies in the earlier segments. But yeah, kind of a nice review of everything we've done so far, all the different styles of obstacles that use the spiny, only with the small spiny this time. And pretty much a full review by the looks of it, starting with panels, proceeding with the snake block. Yeah, just felt like I had to make a bit of a mid-air adjustment there, and that did not quite go as intended. But really quite satisfying to land every single one of those, so we'll just time it out such that the coin trails are going to feel fairly accurate. Nice little squeak on the Buzzy Beetle at the end, and here's the review of the off segment. Okay, fairly clear. And here's the heartbeat on what is presumably the final jump in the sequence. And of course we look at that and there's a certain waiting period where we allow you to place your bets on how likely it is that we'll choke. The odds usually are that we choke. Whoops. Okay. Once again. Okay, we have 3 attempts remaining before we reset from the beginning, but everything is familiar enough that I'm actually not particularly threatened by that. I mean, I say that, of course, even as I play through this a little bit carelessly. But yeah, this whole level is just such a pleasure to go through. That if we reset, and all that will do is hopefully contract the total clear time that we see at the end. Okay, standing there a little bit too long. Of course, when it wiggles for a bit too long and the snake block starts to disappear. It appears on screen, but you're no longer able to jump off of it, and that's the thing that can throw me off when I gamble on that. Or just a slightly longer period of time than I'm supposed to. But when it goes smoothly, it goes really smoothly. And what can we do here? No, let's not be reckless. Let's head back to the heartbeat jump. And let's try not to flub this too badly this time. Yeah. You need to calculate that quite carefully in terms of how to keep your bounce height under control. Okay, last attempt before the checkpoint reset. Our progress through this world, that would make that our second game over. I'm going to jump. Not that's going to affect anything. The spiny timing is always going to be synchronized with the snake block activation. So that's going to feel consistent pretty much every time. And yeah, feel quite natural. This thing here is going to be successful. Now, what do we do in this final segment? We have to collect coins on either side. And that's what's going to happen. So, let's start from scratch. Should be fairly simple to get back to where we were, given that we now have a great deal of familiarity with the mechanic. But yeah, the spiny on the bottom of the one-way panel is something that I've seen quite often in a limited context in other puzzle levels, but never explored quite as exhaustively as in this one, and so it really does seem like I was overdue to play this one. And here we are. Everything should be quite clear at this point. Yeah, don't remember that skewer being an issue before, and so everything's going to feel quite safe and, as we can see, quite reliable. Assuming we can get this timing down, yeah. Always very satisfying when you can just start from scratch and one-shot pretty much everything as a proof of the levels of reliability once you learn what it is you're doing. I mean, it's not me who deserves credit for that, but the designer, I think, for making everything abundantly repeatable. Okay. And through we go to the checkpoint that we were at previously. One shot all the way there, which is how we would like things to go. So we'll just see how many attempts it takes to get that final part down. And in the meantime, we'll just progress. Yeah, felt like I was slightly late there, but still safe. It's going to take it one scroll break at a time. Too early? At least we have identified the issue as going too early, so I know how to adjust around that. Okay. Once again. Oh, whoops, too late. And we'll just get back to where we were. we are. And yeah, just have to exercise slightly better control over the bounce height. That will solve a lot of issues. And yeah, going slightly later there solves everything as well. Love this spiny transport here. It's just a little bit of an effect that, you know, it's totally unnecessary to make this work, but in order to set it up in a way that's just really memorable and flashy, it's the kind of thing you love to see. Okay, too early. Yeah, we'll just have to learn that, and if I pay close attention to the successful timing I get on one side, it should not be too hard to do that on the other side. I think it works quite well as a final test of what is the toughest variation on all the different spiny mechanics that we see here. And in the meantime, we'll just back and do this some more. So down it goes. And what are we looking at here? Okay. Okay. Almost went a little bit too early as before. Yeah, it works very well that we have this slight acceleration on the timer as we scroll further along the level. Have a new mechanism already on off. Okay. Well, that's an awe for sure. I was thinking that I just had to be slightly ahead of the on-off switch timing in terms of when I time my fall, but may have miscalculated that slightly. I mean, I did miscalculate that slightly, let's be honest. But the method that I attempted on the right side was the method I was already mentally applying on the left side, and so I thought it was relatively close to getting that down. There we go. Just have to not go too early there. So we have to mind the timing on the right side. Once again. No, too late. The thing I'm not accounting for, it's become very clear to me, is the slight wind-up that I have when I'm not falling directly off the edge. And when I'm a few pixels away, there's a little bit of acceleration time that I've forgotten to take into account when I try to synchronize the start of my movement with the way that the switch is being toggled, and so that's why I'm coming in a little bit late. Very clear to me what's happening there. The trick is to actually learn from that experience and correct it. Yeah, I am trying to go with the spiny. The issue is that when I'm not standing right on the edge, I'm just a little bit late. I've tried to adjust it to go with the spiny on the beat, but I was not accounting for a little bit of lag time that I have with that. Yeah, I'm looking at that and I do think you're generally correct. I really do have to kind of stand on the edge to make that happen. Yeah, that works. Right on the edge. But yeah, without dealing with the bit of a wind-up time, that comes together fairly quickly, and that's going to be a bit of a shocker. and a pig. Okay, so at this point I will be making the 4YMM upload. Because on my end, after having seen a fairly sizable set from Oryutsu, we will be continuing the stream after that to look at some of the remaining makers that I've not featured yet. Specifically, we'll be looking at Cupcake and Composer. But first, the upload. Okay, so really a great run through almost all of Oryutsu's set. Everything except his first upload on day 1 of the game, which was Slippery Stalactite, which has 100,000 plays and which we'll save for some other time. In the meantime, let's give a visit to CourseBot. Okay, one thing I actually have not determined yet are the tags for this level, because that's just something that was never quite relevant in playtesting. But anyway, so here we are. I'm not going to show off a playthrough of this level today, but this is the 4YMM selection that we have on our side. It is Petey's Pyroponic Garden. And you can read the full description on the 4YMM website when it comes up later in the day. Yeah, I feel like mine's definitely not technical, so not going to do that as such. Yours, themed and technical Electrodude, I think is quite appropriate. So, let's give it an upload. This is already clear checked, rather, and ready to go. And yeah, after that, I'm going to, of course, pass the code on for the informational purposes to the Discord, so and eventually have Lecter come out of his cabin in the remote vastness of Norway and hopefully attach the level codes to the YouTube video. Yeah, let's go with themed. I feel like the single player is always kind of a waste of a tag, but in that, you know, it locks against multiplayer, and this level is definitely not functional in multiplayer. But my levels don't really tend to be seated in multiplayer anyway. And oh, if you're ready, you'll be able to grab it anyway as soon as the code comes up. And that goes for everybody who, by the way, is lurking in the channel. You'll definitely have first pick. So we could lock it to single player, but I guess, you know, 4YMM being popular enough that that might actually be an issue. But the thing is, at this stage, all of these are pretty clearly single player. I think it is about as standard as I'll ever make anything, so maybe we'll just dump a standard tag on it and call it a day. Art? Ah, art. I don't know, that seems rather presumptuous. Oh, you said it. Okay, I thought you said art as if you were suggesting that. Let's go standard and themed. There is, of course, a bit of a boss segment, but it's not extremely significant. Yeah, I mean, I don't either when it comes to multiplayer. It has never really been a part of my playing experience, so here we are. The code is going to be C30 MMG WXF. And in the meantime, I'm going to post that into the Discord. And in the meantime, I'm also going to do my rounds in terms of grabbing the usual screenshots that I do whenever I upload something new, just to kind of see what things look like when they have this pristine 00 on them. Their check time of 1:56. I'm sure speedrunners will have no trouble at all beating that. And so yeah, have at it. Good luck with the first clear. And have fun. So, yeah, of course, if you find any things that were last-minute breaks or defects or bugs or flaws that need to be corrected in the time between now and when the codes are officially published and shared on the website a few hours from now, do let me know. One additional point I will make, of course, for anybody in here who is not here via interest in 4YMM already, I'm also going to give a quick shout out to Kavik's stream, because that's where you will want to go for the sort of official launch and debut of the levels if things are working the way that they were working in previous weeks. I'm assuming that they are. I'm not going to play through them at the moment. I will be playing these on Tuesday. That's going to be, of course, the levels that have been uploaded by the 7 other makers. And at some point during this week, probably also during that same segment if we have time, but we'll move it if we don't have time, I will be doing a back of a bit of a back of the curtain walkthrough of this level. So I'm going to give people a chance to play this in the meantime over the next few days, and then we'll record a behind the scenes backstage tour to show off some of the mechanisms that have been hidden by the lava. And so that's the current plan. Hopefully, once again, nothing too disastrous or buggy awaiting us in the meantime. And if for some reason we need to revise that code all over again with a fresh upload, we will know soon enough, but hopefully not. In the meantime, that also means that we have a couple of things to update on the bot side. Maker ID is still correct. What I'm looking for is... yeah, currently the last code that was listed there was Demaster and Magic Koopa, which you see here. We'll be updating that at the end of the stream, as well as a link to the 4YMM project. So, with that little interstitial promotion out of the way, we're going to do 2 things. First of all, we're going to look at who else has uploaded so far, apart from Rybones and Electrodude, of course. Electrodude apparently had some kind of colorful comment from Remmers. We'll just take a look at that. Oh, Kenna's illustration. Look at that. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Would be quite happy to have that on my level. Mang, of course, really breaking out the spectacular artwork, always. Remmer doing as best as he can. So yeah, Goodnight Goombas is up. Oh, Canal Lock. I got first clear on this level like so many times in various editions, and I bet some kind of new soft lock was found. I'm not going to do it right now unless Progan actually shows up. If he shows up, I probably am going to run through that again just to smash the solution one more time. And Donkey Concert by Cupcake is up. I'm not going to play this one right now, but we do still have to feature some of Cupcake's older levels, and so that's what we're going to be doing next. I see Tino has the world record on this one, as well as first clear. I believe Gilmore got Goodnight Goombas earlier, and who got Tumbleweed? You know, once again, with Mang on the record. So yeah, looking forward to featuring all of these in a few days. In the meantime, let's take a look at Cupcake. Yeah, I'll be playing a couple levels by Cupcake, playing a few by Composer, and then we'll see if we have time for anything else. So, Cupcake has made a mix of different music levels. Not all of them are music, but a good chunk of them are. And some of them are with Nintendo tracks that will be, I think, fairly recognizable to most players here. And so I'll be focusing mainly on those because that will be in keeping with the Nintendo theme of Cupcake's latest creation, which is Donkey Concert. So let's take a look at Yoshi's Island. Crystal Caves. Oh, hey, you actually got it. Congratulations, Electro Dude. I mean, I guess you had technically rehearsed it as a playtester. But who can blame you? Dive into the depths of Crystal Caves in the subworld, only spin jumps. Okay, this is going to be under 2%. We'll take a look. I have actually been replaying some of Yoshi's Island off-stream recently, and so this will be very relevant to my current interest. Yeah, just kind of missing that. That is a controlled jump. It's in the subworld that you want spin jumps the whole time. Okay, just getting into the initial pacing of the level and learning how to read it at this speed. So it always takes a little bit of warm-up when I haven't been doing many other speed levels throughout the night. A little bit late on the Z marker. Yeah, I'll catch up on some of the artwork and comments afterwards. Kenna, I think, has been just incredibly gracious with the artwork. Which is great because, you know, we have all been graced with their wonderful levels lately as well. Not only the multi-checkpoint skewer level that was made for 4IMM, but a lot of the other creations that we've been featuring here lately. I see, the diagonal marker is going to be a full jump. That was just a little bit lost in many of the other tracks, but we'll just try to read that accurately. Yeah, short jump, full jump. Short jump, full jump, and then that will be a landing on the beetle shell at the very end, I'm sure. A little bit late due to losing some speed on a slide. Just a mistake on our part. Okay. Yeah, once again, just blowing the slide. I may have peeked out of the slide too early, actually. That's the issue there, given that we didn't get hit by the shell that time. Why did I do that? Oh, okay, no. Just anticipated to bounce a little bit too soon. This is on the harder end of what Cupcake tends to make. Cupcake covers a pretty broad range of different difficulties. Of course, with something like this that's sort of in the 1 to 2% pocket, and kind of has this constant forward motion to it to keep the music running, you can definitely see where the affinity is with Composer, who we are going to feature at the very end. I tried to get the high bounce off the off the second wiggler, and somehow that didn't come together. I'll just have to get back to that segment and inspect it properly. Again, peeking out too soon. But yeah, one thing that I did not really take enough time to do with the earlier 4YMM levels is look at the comment art that had been produced, because I think some of it is a real treat. And okay, that's going to be a full jump into a shell release, into a shell bounce. The missing element on that attempt was, of course, just the full jump. Okay. Yeah, this level does require a fair bit of on-the-spot jump control, but nothing too intense. The safety margins tend to be pretty fair, it's just that you do need to stay on your toes. I'm still missing the second bounce for some reason, and we'll have to fix that input sequence. Sure. Obviously, the invisible blocks at the end are to enforce, and that is the wrong way to go. Finally got that. Bit late on shell release, I believe. Definitely late. If it were slightly earlier, it would have been in position. Letting up a little bit early. Once again. Okay. Whoops. And once again. And to grab some water? Yeah, that would be a good idea. Stay hydrated. I spend so much time not letting my hands off the controller, in fact, that I often just forget to hydrate as much as I should. Entirely from that issue. Okay. I see how this is going to work. It is just with a change in on-off state running you through the track again, but on the upper track, and I saw that it was going to be something two-state, not only from our initial read of the level, but of course our read of the ending zone here that places you in the pipe, but also right under the goal, and so you can tell that this is a layout that really does use the entirety of the available 10 screens and is just packed to the gills with music. Oh, whoops. And okay, here we are. Okay. Same kind of jump, just a different ending. Good stuff, the water. The quality of the water. Doesn't have any of that mercury chemical taste to it. Doesn't the water remind you so vividly of a level where you just hold down and ground pound and, you know, everything just kind of explodes around you in fireworks? Because the water is just so refreshing. No, it really doesn't, does it? Like, that's not really what it tastes like. You know, as I've been saying, you've probably heard me say before on the stream, I've seen fewer of those levels than I've actually seen the various parodies that are mocking them. And part of it is because I so rarely even look at the popular list, because I'm always just overstuffed with things to play from either viewer levels or my personal list, that most of the time I have no idea what is going on in the popular tab, except for what I hear from other people. And, you know, there was this point, of course, last year when suddenly everybody was just telling me about how refreshing levels were taking over, and so I just ended up playing all these levels that were mocking the refreshing levels, but rarely actually seeing the original thing for myself. I'm told that I'm not really missing much, so I'm not too worried. Now, only spin jumps into Subworld. That was a clue that we got from the title screen. Whoops, going to be a nice short bounce there. Yeah, that was the hint that we got from the description card, rather. Yeah, nice short jumps all over the place. For once I actually remembered it. Usually I just forget the description text pretty much as soon as I enter a level. No, that's going to be a full bounce there. I just didn't know I was going to catch that timing. And no, a little bit too far forward. I was supposed to just get that on a single jump, I believe. Seems like I was ending up a little bit to the right of the spiny shell. Anyway, I don't know if that's just due to inaccuracy or what. But yeah, I see. Only spin jumps in a subworld. It does warn you. Its own little way. I think without the description card, some of that, like that jump that we died to right at the end there, would definitely feel a bit blind. But, you know, in terms of using only spin jumps to land back on to the spiny hat, that's extremely clear. It's more that in the interstitial segments on the bridges, where in some ways I really did need to be told that in advance. Okay. And that's going to land quite accurately. And in the background, we'll just kind of roll with the Yoshi's Island and Cavern track, which I think is a little more recognizable in this segment. Oops. Hey, Mang, welcome. We were just admiring your comment artwork on Electrodude's level. And yeah, I hope you've been enjoying this week's creations thus far. Yeah, wonderful comment card. I'm amazed that you managed to draw them so quickly, actually. I mean, I guess if you're illustrating on a stylus, then... or just have a natural talent for doing that with a stick or with finger painting. But yeah, actually, just one thing that definitely impressed me with several of the art comments that have come up already is that they were things that went up so soon after the levels were posted. Obviously, a lot of internal excitement among the 4YMM crew and getting those played right away as soon as the codes come up. And yeah, let's just go. And we'll just give this a listen for another round. There we are. It was just that one very obvious short bounce there that is giving us a bit of trouble. And you know, if this is something that's in the 1 to 2% pocket, that's not bad at all. There's a level where everything just came together rather quickly once 1 or 2 spots were addressed. And so yeah, I'll look at a little bit more by Cupcake, including some that are on the easier end. We did have some of this picked out in advance. Given that the latest level is a DKC level for 4YMM, I'm going to dig up the DKC opening run, which I would assume is based on that gramophone opening of DKC with Cranky Kong ranking the gramophone. And this is going to be a 20-second level. You know it's going to be a 20-second level given the world record that is just under 20 and the designation of the speedrun. But despite the tightish seeming timer, the platforming is probably going to be fairly relaxed for this to come out at around 5%. Let's give it a listen. And thank you once again for the GG. And oh, I was momentarily distracted by one thing, which is that I had forgotten to edit my stream title to reflect the fact that we have, in fact, put up the new upload. So let me just fix that quickly. Okay, we're going to be a bit late for this to be an auto run because I had to start up before I was quite ready. But now, let's do this. Clickbaiting people to get first clear. I don't know that people are really that serious about first clears, to be honest. I should actually read the level for once. For this to come out as 5%. Okay. Pick this. Oh, I see. We were supposed to, in fact, go down and not mess too much with the music track up here, but that's okay. We'll hack our way through this. And, kind of get into the guts of this level. Wah, 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 wah. That was clearly wrong, but I wanted to see what would happen. Okay, let's actually hit and then swim. Right. This is arguably more of a reading challenge than the Yoshi's Island level that we had just previously seen. But it is not actually on a 20-second timer, as we can see. It's just that the record was slightly under. The speedrun designation had me worried for a moment, but the fact that I am making a few slight mistakes and able to recover, particularly in something relatively flexible feeling like the swimming segment, tells me that I am overstating the urgency that's actually required. The auto-scroll is going to enforce the length of the level anyway, and so... But basically, I have plenty of flexibility and finish on 22 seconds, which... Yeah, I can see where the 5% is coming from just from the initial read and dying to some of the silly stuff at the beginning like I did. Rest of it is just very straightforward. We'll take a look at one more Nintendo-themed level by Cupcake, which is this version of Duck Hunt. Now, it does not have a music tag on it, but it will involve some kind of duck hunt mechanic, and possibly a dog that laughs at you. Unless we're just to assume that the dog who laughs at you is Undo Dog, and he did all of his laughing at Cupcake already when the level was being assembled. So, shoot all ducks before running out of ammo. I guess the ammo mechanic will be something projectile-based, but let's see how this mechanic is actually implemented. Okay. Oh, I see. That's how you land a shot, and that's just the tutorial zone. I've never really understood the point of demarcating invisible blocks with tracks like that. I do see where the limited ammo chamber is coming from. That's a very interesting implementation using the Goomrat Tower on the left. That's your ammo. And of course it has an instant reset. We can probably kill it two at once if we are particularly accurate, and we just need to kill a specific one in order to get through, because obviously with a key door, that's the only way that implementation is going to work. So yeah, as long as we don't miss, and of course I'm just going to miss. Okay, we were one shot away from disaster, with the Muncher hitting the P-switch that would drop you into the depths. And I wonder how that's enforced, actually. Like, you would drop, but then what precludes you from staying in this position and swimming back out if you got the last shot? Like, oh, because you're already on this side already. Okay, yeah. That would make sense, because you collect this, and then that would be impossible to complete because you eradicated the platform under your feet. Okay, lucky shot there. Very fortunate. So now this guy's going to try to shoot you, and he's just going to miss every time. Okay, works for me. And we'll have a bit of a gate here, followed by something dangling off this. Yeah, kind of interesting how not only did you have the target, but you sort of had this acting as a makeshift pistol muzzle. Okay, once more. We have a mole in the house, and I think the mole is just supposed to be the duck hunt dog, actually. That would make sense. Not sure if he's going to laugh at me. I don't see how he could. But the mole is probably the closest thing artistically to the look and feel of the duck hunt dog, so I think we'll just take that as the artistic intention. Once again, going to fire pretty accurately. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is a 42% level, but really nice little concept demo with a bit of classic Nintendo flavor. And, yeah, there we are. And who's going to shoot me? Nobody's going to shoot me. Oh, that's just a flag. Yeah, pretty neat example of what Cupcake gets up to when a music level is not on the menu. Much respect to the fellow who managed to get this down in 46 seconds. I suppose that requires a little bit of memorization as to which Koopa holds the key. If you're going to shave the clock down that far, I think that's practically required. Thank you for the GG. And we've been played by 5 players so far. Okay, Warutso has posted Bone Storm. Very interesting. Oh yeah, looking forward to that for sure. In the meantime, we'll look at the comments later for the artwork. I'm not going to flatter my vanity immediately. What I'm going to do instead is look at the final maker of this segment, who is Composer. I did not feature Tetraterix today because we already saw all of their levels on stream in a previous session. But I, too, am looking forward to seeing the final version of the spectacular puzzle level that we've been hyping up as people who have playtested it already. That is one to definitely watch out for, and one that I imagine a lot of people playing on stream are actually going to drop, unfortunately. But, you know, it is a great piece of work. Great piece of work. And yeah, the game has certainly decided to favor Electro Dude tonight. So, let me see. Composer is way down here somewhere. Even how busy my list is. There we go. Okay. Now, Composer, of course, very established maker, recently made a Twitch partner a couple of weeks ago, I think, a couple of months ago. And very much a well-known staple of the Super Mario Maker community since all the music levels that came out in Maker 1 that really defined a lot of the auto-scroll music level style. I certainly look forward to what Composer has in store for us this week, but in the meantime, let's catch up on some of his Maker 2 creations. You like how I have all these makers and then suddenly Lucifer? I like Lucifer's creations. I actually haven't looked at them in a while, but, you know. I mean, I know a lot of them are just kind of farming likes off the cover art as well, but I honestly have a lot of fun with them. That's one of the reasons why I don't show off my followed list too much if I can help it. Let's not judge each other here. Okay, as with the Space Pig, I never actually wound up catching up on the AG and DQ set from January. Despite, of course, having seen the races on stream, I have not looked at this level since I saw the races on stream, and so this will basically be played blind. But yeah, as with Space Pig, this will be my first look at this as a player. And it's going to be around the 1% mark. Now, I'm glad that my audio has decided not to glitch out on me in the stream like it was doing like crazy on my Paper Mario stream a day ago. As Composer's levels, of course, require the audio to be turned up. So, shoutouts to AGDQ and to Danny B, composer of the remixes in the release version of Cadence of Hyrule. Cadence, of course, is getting a pretty substantial raft of content. It already received a big patch this week with the additional DLC character pack that was just recently announced. I really enjoyed my time with Cadence of Hyrule. I have not looked at it since the launch version. I need to fire an arrow to the left. I've not really looked at it since the launch version. And there's been quite a lot added since. There was the extra Octavo campaign, and there was, of course, the character pack that has now been made available. Oops. Yeah, shot to the left, shot to the right, and then drop. And yeah, and there's going to be a music pack that's going to have a couple of new remixers brought into the fold other than just Danny B. I don't know yet if I'll stream some Cadence, actually. I do enjoy the game a lot. I tend to play on permadeath, which is how it is balanced and the way the game is meant to be played, but it does mean that it might not be the most stream-friendly thing in the world. Because the way that Cadence is balanced, if you play permadeath, you basically die a lot in the early game until you finally have a run that kind of clicks. And once it clicks, then you're in for basically a, 4 or 5 hour tightrope walk, depending on how inefficient you are. Missing the shot every time. It should just be a straight shot, I think. One moment, let me just fix something. Okay, here we are. But yeah, very popular original track, of course, by Koji Kondo for a reason. I think it's certainly one of the best-known minor key pieces in the Nintendo repertoire. One of the best things to have come out of Ocarina of Time, for sure. I feel like I actually did watch a live video game orchestra play this not too long ago. I used to be much more attentive to what goes on in the world of video game music. We keep missing that. Yeah, I need to fire the shot when we're a bit higher to give it a little bit of time to sink. A fuller jump in general. No, need to jump and then fire. That's going to be a problem, but then we might as well scout ahead and look at this bomb spot over here. Interesting thing about this level, of course, was that it was made ready for AGDQ back in January, but that was within a month of the Link patch, and so Link content was still fairly new at the time in terms of people's familiarity moveset. Obviously, familiarity was no problem at all for the people who were the big streamers who were running the relay. But I think that patch certainly is very fresh in the memory. I don't know if this was Composer's first Link level. I would not be surprised if it were, just given how elaborate his creations tend to be. Okay. Need to be quite a bit more precise than this. I say that, of course, as I drop into the abyss. Okay, might want to eventually get far enough to actually hear the main thrust of the melody. Up. Oh yeah. No, the up arrow was just for the bomb. I was, of course, familiar with this part already, having seen it earlier, and then I was suddenly tripped up by thinking, wait a minute, up arrow? What's that? Why am I supposed to look up? But there we go. Yeah, I just need a full jump off that. Yeah, as with Space Pig's level that we had seen before, much respect, of course, to the sort of old-time scale Mario streamers who can do levels like this under relay race conditions. I mean, I know that, you know, ordinarily things that are in the 1% range, they're no big deal for people who are just kind of expert players, but in something like a highly public setting under race conditions and quite a lot of time pressure, like that's something that really shows off just how the thing that separates the best streamers often is a sense of consistency and reliability, that they find a pattern and they stick to it and they get it down quickly. Just manage to learn things faster because they have fewer wasted or repeated attempts, and to me, like, that's very clearly what defines the skill set of a lot of the best streamers in this game. Which I am certainly not. I mean, I just run these things to talk about design, certainly not to show off any spectacular moves. You would, for instance, think that we have learned from that particular spot by now. Yeah. In terms of the pacing and level of difficulty, though, this is pretty true to how I remember Composer levels feeling in Maker 1 as well, just with a vastly expanded toolset and instrument set. Whoops. But yeah, definitely a maker who has an instantly identifiable and much imitated style. Okay, let's blow that up. Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit too late, I think, for my purposes, but oh, didn't expect that slight acceleration from the custom scroll, but I mean, we should have been able to tell from the very beginning that this was going to be custom scroll, just given the little vertical bump at the beginning. It's not something I necessarily thought about. Custom scroll, of course, being one of the key additions in Maker 2 tech to expand the range of flexibility that you can have when designing something like an auto music layout. Not that I know much firsthand about designing music levels, but just in terms of looking at how the tech is often put together, and you know, just in terms of dealing with Mario Maker's spawn logic in general. You were suggesting a bomb then shoot in that segment we saw earlier? Yeah, I just needed to get an accurate read on it. first before proceeding. I think part of the issue here is actually the same input problem that I tend to have with shell jumps, which is instinctively releasing jump too early when I have other inputs that I'm also messing with. Yeah, because I have the jump that's coming a little bit too low because firing the shot is convincing me to release too early, and that's just a bad habit. And a habit that can be broken, we hope. Yep, there we go. Much better. Significantly better. Okay. Oh, I see. That grabs the key. Oh, I see. That doesn't grab the key. Yeah, no. I see what's going on. Down. Oh, yeah, that's a shield bump for sure. Yeah, no, the key... Didn't actually get a chance to read that, I think. Let's take a look at that once again. Buy ourselves a bit more time. And miss. Pacing of the first part up to that switch, though, is starting to become a little bit more refined. I will admit that back in Maker 1, Composer's levels were pretty much the limit of difficulty that I was able to handle at the time. I'm a much better practiced player in Maker 2, just from more time put in, more familiarity with mechanics, more time spent in the Maker mode as well. Once again, yeah, I really do need to fire on the upswing. Okay. No. That's a D-pad error right there. That was a bit of a flub on that shot. Yeah, clearly that element that's been giving me most grief. There we go. Now if I can do that consistently, that would be great. That would in fact be fantastic. Whoops. Got caught there. That spot, but thankfully plenty of time to recover. Okay, we did have time to do the shield bump. And just didn't quite react to the narrow window that I had to build momentum again after the shield bump was executed. Okay, that's going better. But yeah, kind of interesting to play Composer levels again now in Maker 2 with a vastly different body of experience behind me in terms of being able to handle levels that kind of get along with this pace of scrolling. But there we are. Whoops. And we'll do it until we get it. And in the meantime, we'll just jam to the music as well. That's something that is going to happen. I mean, it's funny how the experience of this level, of course, is closely tracking what I described as the experience of playing Cadence of Hyrule itself, where the vast majority of your deaths are early. Afterwards, you settle into a bit of an equilibrium where you do have to be careful, but you have a bit more room to not be quite as perfect. But yeah, Cadence is a great game, but certainly if you play on permadeath, which is what shows off its mechanics and its map randomization at their full power, you discover very quickly that you do have to have a perfect start. And I don't mean a randomization, you just need to be absolutely on your toes until you survive long enough to start building up that health pool. I miss that game. I might need to get back into a standard non-permanent death run the next time I play it, just to learn it again before I dial it back up to the difficulty with which I had ended up playing it by the end. I also unlocked the secret character in Cadence, the one that has one heart for the entirety of the game. I didn't get very far with him. I mean, it was fun to play with as a secret character, but... Okay, that's a mess. Let's take a look at this properly. So we have a key... Ah, jump block. Yes, okay. Bomb and an arrow. That's why you were saying bomb and an arrow. Yes, because jump block holds the key. I had spent so many attempts there, and I had actually not read that properly until now. But I think I was so behind the pace on so many previous attempts that I just did not get a good look at that spot while I was busy trying to catch up to the scroll boundary. Okay, in the meantime, let's pop that open. Okay, no, the bomb is just going to... yeah. You do need to tap it over, but... and then that's going to be the shield bump over there, yes. Right. Yeah, I have to remember with a level like this that if I do take damage, I may as well scout ahead if I can. Now, once again, a bit of a last-minute correction on that shot. Mostly out of panic. And that method is just not going to work. Yeah, pretty clear what the main technical obstacle for me here is going to be. And there we go. And we'll have a bit of time to catch up. No, that's going to be Pegasus Dash. I kind of panicked there. I knew exactly what I was supposed to do there and didn't think that I would have the wind-up time to actually charge it up. And so let's flip that completely. And that will be the end of that segment. Nope, once again, overcorrection on the shot. And let's see what's going on here. Yeah, it's one of those things where I know I'm going too low, and as soon as I know I'm going too low, instinct dictates that I try to fix it by firing high, and of course, timing for that is always just blown. We could, of course, do the usual thing that I neglect to do and actually trust the marker. Oops. But people who have seen me play here often know that I don't tend to read markers very well. Okay. That worked. No. That was, in a very literal sense, blown. Okay, get that. And get rid of all that. Alright, what have we got here? Yeah, once again, just totally misestimating that. I think I should just mentally fire from a slightly higher position. And then it should line up properly from that overcorrection. Or not. Maybe not. We'll see, we'll get that eventually. That's clearly the stumbling block. Everything else, once we saw the pattern, came together relatively quickly. Just a few pacing issues as I got to the later segments. But yeah, key door looks like it is going to drop us out to that checkpoint that we see tucked away in the top left. Would be very surprised if it were matched to anything else. I think that's clearly where it is going to take us. Okay. Managed to read that accurately for once. Nope, tried to do a shield bump. Shield bump is something that I do consistently miss, even in most static Zelda dungeons that don't have the camera scrolling against me quite as aggressively. And here we go. Nope. And yeah, we'll just continue along our merry way. And let's see what we can make happen here. Yeah, you would think I would have found some kind of consistent fix by now based on our successful runs, but it is surprisingly easy to just fall off the mark there. But part of it, of course, is just a lack of an intuitive sense on my part for dealing with the arrow and jump inputs at once at much too close to bomb range. That's from a late detonation occasioned by a late throw. And we'll once again just miss. Actually, very rare for me to miss in that location. I think I was just firing a bit quickly. But yeah, we'll see, because streaming some of the new content in Cadence is something that I am considering as an option for after we swap out Paper Mario. For those of you who have not been following, I have been running Paper Mario most days this week in a slots that were formerly mostly being used for things like viewer levels. We'll mostly be switching back to Mario Maker 2 after we're done, because we are through most of the game at this point, and I would estimate that Paper Mario can probably be finished in the next 2 sittings, maybe? At least from my sense of pacing in that game. But we're also trying to bring in as much content as possible that is generally going to be of interest to Mario Maker people. But, we'll see. We'll see how streaming plans unfold in the weeks ahead. In the meantime, it's a fairly regular schedule of 4YMM levels on Tuesdays, the 4YMM preview on... Whoops, panicked a bit and ran into the spike. The 4YMM preview on the Sunday morning stream while people are waiting for uploads and first clears to come in prior to the actual official launch, which several hours later, and which you can catch later today. having an astonishing amount of trouble there, but once we just nail it accurately, we're not far from what we need to do in order to get to that first checkpoint that we see tucked away in the top corner. So, there we go. Of course, I always have to respond to the fact that I actually did hit the target, which is something that is perilously easy to miss. Okay, let's try to read this once more. Okay, trying to charge up the Pegasus Dash here, but I was actually too slow. Quite possibly I needed to ground pound into it. Do the downward strike, rather, as was indicated by the down arrow. One thing that you will discover very quickly about my Mario Maker playstyle is that I, in general in video games, do not follow instructions well, and so often a kind of signaling that is meant to make things easier and less blind and much more reactive for fast players is something that takes some adjustment, simply because I am much more accustomed to, you know, like pattern reading, problem solving, etc. It's just a different kind of playstyle when it comes to what kind of games you've been conditioned on. But yeah. You can tell, of course, why levels in this style would be a particularly good fit for something like GDQ. It's actually more relaxed than a lot of what I associate with composers' layouts, just going by my memory of Maker 1. In the same way that Space Pig delivered one of his easiest creations to date for AGDQ as well. While having it still feel like a pretty decent expert level challenge for most players, I think. But that kind of speedy reactive play is something that meshes very well with the attitude to playing that tends to be celebrated and rewarded in a speedrunning context. Now, I am definitely not a speedrunner, despite getting gold in, I think, every Ninja challenge since the beginning, but the Ninja challenges, I think, were laid out such that gold was usually obtainable just by some pretty smart routing. If you solved a routing problem, you can usually quite easily get within the top 2 to 5% or so without much trouble at all. That's what I found. I didn't actually need to do much speedrunner optimization to get any of that to work. Now, firing closer, I think, is a much better solution to... I was thinking about doing that for a few attempts and then finally actually did it. And it does seem to solve a problem in that I don't have to depend so much on the sinking trajectory of the arrow. Okay, no, down arrow there is definitely just to indicate the Pegasus Dash, not any kind of ground pound. We just need to get into that pocket much, much sooner. Yeah, I just need to buy as much time as possible going into that. Oh, actually got the diagonal shot for a change. That's interesting. Accidental, but interesting. Nope, failure. That was clearly not going to go anywhere, so... In the meantime, poke that. Yeah, actually jumping right up to that and doing the diagonal shot is safer and doesn't lose any time. I prefer that over what the marker is trying to encourage me to do. And, you know, little optimizations like that are why I'm bad at following instructions. Okay, going to get a dash. Look at that, we didn't actually hit the on-off switch, we just decided to edge our way into that door, and the lack of hitting that on-off switch is going to kill us immediately because I didn't think to tap that. So we're going to swap this, and then we're going to go through the middle layer. And just Pegasus Dash pretty much the rest of the way. Oh, except... I needed to bomb this. And I needed to actually kick the Spiny Shell rather than Pegasus Dash into it. That was the mistake that we made. I'm just going to come here to see what's going on. Looks like, once again, it's going to be an arrow shot. Yeah, let's throw a bomb up here. Fire an arrow shot. That's going to break open the pipes. Pipes spawn something. You get through the pipes. Okay. Alright, kind of a quick takeoff off the checkpoint. Yeah, I think you're not actually supposed to Pegasus Dash here. Or at least you're supposed to let up on that. Let's not start over. Do I have to start over? I think I actually did lock myself, huh? No. It should be able to... Nope, Fireflower's not going to shoot me through the walls. Yep, I'm locked. Redo it. Shield the bomb. Good suggestion, actually. I did not think of that. Okay, the method I had earlier did not go. Kind of surprised that a soft lock like that was allowed to pass. But I mean, in a speedrunning relay context, that would have been quite unfortunate to run into, I think, if that specific interaction actually reset a team from checkpoint. I don't think my eyes were fooling me. I think that was actually a lock that we found. I mean, this level has been widely played enough already that I'm sure that's nothing original that has been spotted before. Okay, trying to get close in once again to resolve that arrow shot that has been giving me so much grief. No. Firing too soon meant that I locked my position to facing right when I wanted to face left. I mean, this is going to be, I think, fair warning to budget time for Composer's 4YMM level when I do my run through 4YMM on Tuesday. Last couple of streams have gone more or less on schedule. There's usually one roadblock in terms of a cake hunt that I spend too long on, but whoops. Yeah, I'm kind of missing the close shot that was my preferred strategy earlier, but I think I'm not really getting the jump height that I need in order to make that, or indeed anything else, happen. Yeah, that was working out for me earlier and not anymore. I should probably revise my approach. Yeah, kind of too bad that we had to lose a checkpoint quite like that. But there we go. Nope. Wrong way. Stay. Poor reaction to something that we had in fact seen before. Okay. There we go. Now, the nice thing about the custom scroll with the break here is that it's going to standardize a lot of the timing that comes afterwards. I was lingering on the donut block far too long that time for the first time. I hadn't been killed in specifically that way up to this point. But let's tap this. Whoops. And in the meantime, come back here. There we go. That was the method I had earlier. And it had served me well. I just needed to recover exactly what it was I was trying with it. Okay, losing a bit of time there, but whoops. Missing the input. And yeah. For something that is 1% range, I'm having more trouble than I did with a lot of 1% levels previously, but again, that's just because difficulty comes in many forms, and as do playstyles, and I could see this being a very easy level to put together for people who do have a quick reaction time to things like marker reading along, you know, what is fairly strict as a pathway. Having something of a harder time as a player who perhaps does not fit this as well. Ah, the Tetra level is out. Okay, somebody else will have to grab first clear then, I guess. I mean, barring any severe changes, I already had the solution more or less mapped out, but then so did the other people who had tested it. But yeah, you'll want to set some time aside for that one. It is, you know, obviously playable in one segment, and I tested it in one segment myself. But the process of putting it together is something that can require a bit of work. Really glad to see that one out, though. I am very excited to see how people handle it. I think, given some people's reactions to any of the puzzle levels thus far, like, there are a certain class of players that are going to hate it, unfortunately, because they, you know, some players are just not really disposed to appreciating puzzle-style interactions. And that's unfortunate. But puzzle lovers, I think, are really going to have a ball with that one. If they do, in fact, have the patience to stick with it, which I hope they do. Yeah, it is a fantastic creation. Very much something that's on the scale of, I mean, you know, for all the things that are Zelda dungeon levels, and that's not a Zelda level, it's a Yoshi level. But for all the things that are, you know, Zelda dungeon levels, like Zelda dungeon levels are still kind of restricted within the Mario Maker layout to, in general, feel more like levels in dungeons when it comes to pacing. I think that puzzle level feels very much like a full-scale Zelda dungeon in some ways, even though it is a Yoshi-based concept. In terms of the ways that the different puzzles add up together, and in terms of the ways that conceptually it sets up its finale. I will, of course, say more about that when I actually show it off. I mean, it's almost too bad that I won't be able to show off, like, what an interminable blind clear of walking through the solution looks like, having playtested it already, but you know, that's what we do to make sure the quality assurance all gets done. I've been on this one for a surprisingly long time. A big part of that is, of course, the checkpoint reset, because I felt like the second half was actually easy to piece together in terms of what to do. But the arrow trap early on was giving me quite a bit of grief. Okay, so just need to execute this accurately, and then we should do pretty well from here. And react to this quickly enough to slip in that door, and then we need to get checkpoint. Have the on-off switch actually make it through for once. Yeah, we actually don't need the Pegasus dash to make it through here. Yeah, we need to shield the shell. I wonder if that's supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen, I bet. Because this is supposed to be broken through the bomb. Sure, let's break it. No access to CP2, unfortunately, because if we did have access to CP2, we would have just broken that thing wide open. But yeah, I see it's fairly clear that the interaction there is to kick the shell and then shield it away. Or tap it away. Okay, so this will at least give me some time to think. There we go. Smashes that wide open. Nice to have a bit of a breather. And what are we going to do? Muncher bump. Muncher bump. And another door. Checkpoint. So this is going to give us the GDQ symbol. And, oh, didn't read that accurately. Had to be right, left, right. And, yep. Okay, that's shielding interaction for sure. Oh no, arrow shot. That's going to be a problem. I almost feel like I was able to gain enough height there to just tap it with the sword, but then I guess the landing arc would be awful. Nice, of course, to hear the music develop over multiple phases. Let's not hit the restart button at this point. That would be a dreadful idea. But yeah, once again, playing through levels like this, much respect to the streamers who can do it in a relay setting. Whoops. Oh, I see. I was trying to shield, but because I still had a dash button held down, the sequence was read in such a way that it thought I was charging up the Pegasus boots and dash. And, nope. Yeah, no, I clearly needed to kick that back, but hey, we actually managed to cheese that regardless. Well, not cheese it, but, you know, managed to do it in a slightly unintended way by wearing the shell and taking a damage boost. And still having the interactions coming out intact on the other side. Nope. Let up on the dash a little bit too early when getting to the other side. But yeah, as with the first segment, having a timed arrow shot in midair is probably going to be the thing that causes issues. Nope. Once again, the pacing of tapping the shell was a little bit off. I did not mean to hit it with a sword, obviously. Should have just dashed right into it. Give it a good kick. Good shellacking. Okay. Get all recalibrated. Obviously, we could not stand too close because the landing arc would be thrown completely off, as you saw in that attempt in there. Really do need to give ourselves a little bit of space for that shot then. Okay. Nope, bumped my head. One thing that may be part of the issue here is just holding the button for the shot for too long instead of really just giving the arrow shot a gentle tap. It's quite possible that's what's causing the bit of the delay that is making some of these arrow shots so difficult, but there's going to be a little bit of lag time on the arrow regardless. So I feel like I need to account for that. That even when I just do a single tap, the arrow does have a bit of wind-up time attached to it. And it could be that is consistently, throwing me off instead in the occasions when I don't bump my head and actually manage to face the on-off switches to begin with. Oops. That was a look over at chat death. Which, when you get into the habit of streaming, happens more often than you would think. Okay, here we are. Nope. Once again with the head bump. Okay. Once more. That was the right idea, just a bad landing zone from shooting too closely. Yeah, it seems fairly clear to me that mid-air shots in general are something that need work on my side. This is not the first level by any means where we've had trouble with that. And in the meantime, let's kick this forward. There we go. Bump. Another arrow shot. Wow, 2 of those in close proximity. That is really going to wreck my clear time, for sure. I mean, it is, I think, given that this is a 1% level, I think that's very obvious to me that that is just one of those techniques that is harder for me than it is for other players. You learn to identify those things when you play a fair bit of Mario Maker, you know, things where there are elements of your skill set that will be above or below average when you see a clear rate estimate. You know, in a way that people who are experienced with shell levels, like they are way above average for shells. I feel like I am way below average for arrow shots at this point. Because everything else is coming together smoothly, but having 2 aerial shots in a row is going to keep me here for a while yet. Quite a while to come. Okay. Diagonal shot there was a bit of risky timing, but once again, diagonal shot might actually be better for my chances. More difficult to aim, but at least I don't have quite so many issues with estimating the height at which the shot must be charged. But once again, too early on the down input, diving instead of shielding. And here we are. Okay. Right idea, probably not the smartest spacing. At least I am actually hitting the switch, which is not something I've ever been able to do with a straight shot. Like a straight shot at that distance feels like it's always going to dip a little too low unless I have the timing down perfectly crisp. So yeah, that's a bit of a tight landing on the first twitch, but that technique at least works. Okay. Jump around. And let's see what we can do here. Nope. Poor adjustment there. I'm looking at Composer's List, and one of the levels I did have in mind to look at, because I was really fascinated with how he did the music mix, is also a Zelda-themed level, and if that one also involves a lot of arrow shots, I am beginning to dread that already. But we'll see. I should have time for one more after this one. Like, probably one more Composer level, and then we'll likely call it quits for the stream from there. Have to... squished. I see now where that soft lock issue was coming from. It is... not in this segment, obviously, but in the previous one, with the last Spiny Shell pick. When the scroll stop traps you, but the Spiny Shell has taken out enough of a space to create a soft lock trap, and yet the Spiny Shell is dead and cannot continue. I think my description might not be very clear without a visual reference at hand, but if you think about how the Spiny Shell breaks are happening, and how the custom scroll is proceeding apace, or how it did in a previous segment when we ran into the soft lock, then you can see why that would not have been caught in testing. It's a very specific lock. And it's a very specific lock that requires the Spiny Shell to do one block of damage and only that damage. Because that's the only way that it happens. And those are just kind of edge cases that I tend to find, apparently. Once again, good shot, bad drop. Okay. Once again, let's get over here. Everything's going to go as intended. Shot number 1. Good landing that time. Shot number 2. Whoop. That was actually fine, except I just overcompensated on the landing. And I do need to maintain momentum in the landing in order to make it over to the next set of state blocks that has been activated as red on the far side there. Whoops. That was surprisingly functional as a bit of a save, given how badly that seemed to be going with the spiny kick. Okay, just gotta work our way back. And here we are. There we go. Seemed risky. You can see we're a little bit behind pace. Looks like we're going to have Muncher and Boom Boom at the end. Boom Boom is only going to give me one safe bounce before he retracts into his shell form. And then we'll see where that first bounce is going to take me. It's going to take me somewhere that I just haven't seen yet, given the camera. But yeah, I actually managed to get both of those shots down. I do think that going for that low diagonal technique on a second shot might not be viable after all, given that the way I land out of that doesn't really give me a safe way to get across to from one set of red blocks to the other. Just don't really have a very good entry point into that. But we'll see. Sometimes it's not a good idea to think too far ahead while you're still playing an earlier part of the level and still trying to execute that as well. That's how autopilot happens. Yeah, once again, just landing too far. But yeah, single bounce off Boom Boom is going to be enough to get me across. We are seeing what is past Boom Boom for the first time. Cheese to Shellmet. Yeah, no, I did accidentally do precisely that interaction earlier, in fact. On one of the earlier attempts, like I had a bit of an unconventional entry into that spot specifically. And one that surprised me when it turned out to be safe in terms of getting me past the pokey. Yeah, part of the issue I'm having here is, of course, letting up on the dash at a very inconvenient point. There we go. Not dealing with that coin. Oh. Let's read this for a moment. Let's tuck aside and read this. We actually do have a refresh on the Master Sword, though, so I am not dead. Okay, so Bomb would take out the Piranha. No, it wouldn't, because of the one-way panel. One-way panel, completely defensive Piranha. Bowser may be the one holding the key, and that would require you to bounce a bomb up the jump blocks. Bouncing a block up the jump box recreates the earlier interaction where you fire an arrow in order to nudge his position to the right. Nudging his position to the right will require me to stay above the donut blocks like I did earlier. So if we can lead the Piranha to fire upwards while we try to get safely over here, then we can land some accurate shots. Let's get back here. Refresh the Master Sword. Whoop. Nope, wrong way. Nope. Okay. It is a bit of an execution challenge, but I will try everything in my power not to get reset to that checkpoint given how much trouble I was having with the arrow shot. Having a bit of a safe zone here helps considerably. Also, leading the Piranha shot helps considerably. But being able to turn around and fire the diagonal shot accurately is really going to be the name of the game here, I think. Nope. Have to find out where my shooting location is going to be. We don't have that down just yet. Okay, that's going to be one shot. I believe probably 4 bombs or so will probably be good for Bowser. Because bombs do, I think, about 10 damage, right? Bowser's got 40 HP. I think it's 4 bombs. But I don't quite remember. Yeah. Funny how, you know, I have so much trouble with the timed stuff like the arrow shot earlier, but give me some kind of puzzle boss interaction and I suddenly feel in control. And roughly in my element. That's... Throw a time bomb at the plant. I mean, it would be possible to tap the bomb. Like, usually what happens when I see locations like this is I try to tap the bomb against the wall to raise it up, but obviously the donut blocks make that difficult. I see what you're saying, though, with potentially killing the plant. I don't think it's necessary. I think I would rather just take advantage of the fact that the... Okay. Master Sword is able to respawn. The donut blocks are the biggest risk factor here. Damage is okay, falling is not okay. There we go. Of course, I have 70 seconds left on the timer. That's certainly something we had to consider as well, and there's the flagpole. Oh, just hold the bomb. Yeah, if you're thinking about just getting the Master Sword refresh off the blaster anyway. I'm never quite sure when you have, you know, something like the 2x2 on a piranha that's centered in that kind of position. Range is always a little bit off to me. Now notice that once we restarted from checkpoint, that reduced our time to a very deceptive 14 minutes. Obviously, this took me much longer just due to the first segment. I'm going to show off a little bit more of Composer before we take off. Also, before I take off, I'll see how some of the 4YMM uploads are going, of course, just to get a sense of how things are. But in the meantime, let's take a look at Link's Funky 7/8 Lullaby. I mostly wanted to see, or hear rather, how the 7/8 Lullaby was going to go. This is a level with an even lower clear percentage, and if there are more Link-related timed arrow shots, I'm in big trouble. But regardless, let's take a look. Don't know what the original witty description would have been before Grand Pooh Bear decided to come along and break everything the way that he does. Oh, it's going to be Night Castle. Whoops. Oh no, it's a shot. Of course it's a shot. Have to actually read this stuff properly. I am, of course, a pretty big fan of Complex Meter. There are some really interesting complex meters that are in the Zelda scores. There's one particular... no, it's Ganon's Tower in Ocarina of Time that has this really interesting time signature, actually. It's something like a 23/8, if you bother to count it up. It's a very unconventional time signature anyway, and one that I think players may be grateful did not appear in Cadence of Hyrule, where everything is much more regular. Okay, I obviously need to be faster. The issue there is going too slowly. Why don't I just... Oh, it's a muncher, I can't slap it. Yep, but... slapping that guy... Okay. No, I needed to land. Landing allows me to throw a bomb. Bomb activates immediately in lava and allows me to break through. So it is timed around the lava level, such that a bomb will do the job for me just fine. Yeah, tap this guy. Break open. And, oh no, I needed to tap that all the way here. Okay. And given that we are underwater, it seemed like I needed a series of sword bounces in order to bring that fuzzy shell to the upper level. I'll see if that's correct in just a moment. Seems like we're going to be a little late on the bomb, but no, fine. Yeah, no, it needed to tap that repeatedly, I think, or at least, well, we'll see. I mean, to me, that was very clearly a sword marker. But, you know, I was mostly curious about this music track anyway. Now, I don't actually know what Composer's concept for YMM is. I was not up to speed with that. I don't know if that's something that Composer has been showing off on the stream as well, because I know that he does run his creation stream fairly often. That is a big part of what he does on his relatively newly partnered channel. But yeah. just... Whoops. Give this a go. Yeah, coming in here, maybe I just wasn't paying attention to the artwork, but I certainly was not expecting the rarely used Night Castle. Whoops. Okay, once again. No, too close. I don't need to swim that high. Swimming that high will actually just make it more difficult for me to get under the pipe. Okay. Yeah, too late on that in general. But yeah, given the straight track markings, which I thought were supposed to be sword markings... whoops, that's a mistake. I wonder if I'm just not understanding what the pattern with the fuzzy shells should be in terms of getting it up to the upper level. I would have assumed that it involves tapping it repeatedly, but that might be wrong. Too late. Too late. Pretty narrow timing windows to work with, but then that's how a composer level goes. Whoops. Okay, once more. Nope. Shooting too close anyway. We really do need to learn how to stand back and use the marker accurately for once. Which has not been part of our skill set lately. A bit of a late shot all around. Yeah. If I'm coming here when the lava level is low enough that it only destroys one block with the bomb, that is a very clear signal that I'm too late. Okay. There we go. So let's see what this is. Oh, okay. Yeah, jump blocks. I didn't see the jump blocks previously. Oh, nope. I missed the sword marker. I saw the buzzy shell deflect, and I thought that second sword marker there, actually the third sword marker in that sequence, was going to be safe. And I just did not expect Piranha Spawn to be catching me quite like that. So yeah. Now, the nice thing about this level, at least, is that because it is in Night Castle and I am swimming, the timed arrow shots are not nearly as big of an obstacle as they were under normal gravitational conditions. Because that was clearly the technical roadblock I had previously. Too late. Yeah, I need to scurry over there quickly enough to tap over to the jump blocks. Yeah, I understand that now at least. I had not seen the jump blocks underneath the buzzy shell's trajectory previously. And now that we're aware of that, that solves a number of problems. Yeah, that's going to be way too late. Certainly felt that way. Adjusting around the erroneous bounce in the middle there was enough to throw off quite a lot of that pattern. Need to swim accurately underneath, fire a shot instantly, scurry over. I missed my first bomb input, that was the issue there. That was the sword tap. Happened before I actually launched a bomb, was because my first attempt at launching the bomb was a failure. Okay, pretty generous 2-block hit zone on the arrow at least. Okay. Okay. Too late. Needed to get there quickly enough to throw the bomb and lower the gate. I had a bit of a slowdown there going up to the last sword marker with the big piranha spawn, because of course that was where I had issues previously and was overcorrecting. Too late. Nope. Still have to get used to the timing on the sinking animation when objects die in lava. I've played significantly more Maker 2 at this point than I ever played Maker 1, and that still throws me off, that objects in Maker 2 die so quickly in lava, even when the artwork is still very clearly on screen. I think that actually was a difference between the two games. Okay, I actually have to maintain height while I tap. Yeah, need the lava to be low enough that we can drop the blaster gate completely. But you know, well, these levels can be very full-scale adventures. Okay. Yeah. Nope, needed to actually deal with that falling spike block. Didn't think that the big spike ball would be something that I could interact with using a sword, and I think it's there to enforce swimming under, but I may be totally wrong. It could be, I think I have shield access at all when I'm swimming, so it's not going to be that. I'm going to try tapping it, but didn't think that was going to do the job. Whoops. Missed input. Okay. And let's see here. Nope, too late. You actually do need shell to be alive and well when it hits the jump blocks. And so, even getting across there safely is not enough. Nope, missed. Lunchtime? Yeah, have a good lunch, Electro Dude. I may or may not be here when you come back, but do enjoy your meal regardless. Bon appetit. Nope. Damn. Meanwhile, let's just see if we can actually get that shot off from time to time. And with all speed. Okay. Now, of course, in the midst of all this, while paying attention to the platforming, I've not actually been able to be that attentive to the complex meter of the current arrangement of the Zelda's Lullaby track after all. Unfortunate. Yeah. Swim under, I think, and then sword tap. Seems like a rather tight timer, but I think composer levels in general tend to be at the upper limit of the amount of time pressure that I can deal with in a level in terms of how strict it's going to be about speed. And here we go. That was an interesting deflection. Definitely late, in that it fell on the rightmost jump block and only that. And the lateness of it gave me an unprecedented deflection off the backboard. Oops. And okay. Let's just give that another try. And blow that up. Great. That's once again going to miss. Just from lateness, I felt like I was in range to tap that quite a bit earlier than I did, and that is a shell that you want to send spinning as soon as possible, so it lands accurately. Yeah. I'm also a bit late getting down, I think, after I blow up that part with the bomb. Like, to go right away like that, yeah. That was one adjustment I needed to make. I'm dead, of course, but let's see what's going on here. Okay. Not sure why this differs at all as Link. Just need to... What do you do about clouds, actually? Oh, I see, because you have to make sure the spike ball survives all the way over so it can take out the clouds at the very end. Okay. Glad we got a chance to scout that, so we were absolutely sure about what the interaction was going to be. And just tap the switches haphazardly. You do have to escort the spike ball to the end. Yeah, solving interactions like that when I actually have the time to look at a level, that I can do. Tight timers, not so much. But it seems like the optimization that I should have been making all along is that when I throw the bomb, I really do have to follow it. I can't just sit tight and wait as the bomb hits its target and only then respond to whether or not I manage to blow up the desired location. I really do have to toss and go. And that one correction is going to allow me to make quite a bit more headway, I think. Nope. Okay. Once again. Okay. Nope. Getting clipped by little things like that. And yeah. And what are we doing here? Oh, pardon me. I kind of blew that attempt, but just got one momentary thing that needed to be taken care of off the screen. Okay. Nice and quick. Firing at the longest range I can manage. A little bit too much lag time on that drop. Went too high behind the yellow pipe. Yeah, once again, 1% is surprising on these. In that, like, there are a lot of 1% levels that I can get close to one-shotting, but then they don't tend to be levels that impose difficulty through, you know, relatively narrow passages and timings. And so I can definitely, once again, see why a certain style of player would have no trouble at all with this. And also why it feels harder than 1% to me for sure, in terms of what I would typically expect. Yeah, definitely admire how it's put together, of course. I mean, much of the pleasure in a level like this is just to listen to the mixing of the track, and to have an ear for what has happened to the arrangement of, in this case, one of Koji Kondo's most durable themes. Now, of course, Zelda's Lullaby was originally written in 3 as a waltz, I think. No, I mean, it is actually also often sequenced in 4. I don't remember if its original appearance was actually in 4. It might have been in 4. I tend to think of it as a waltz, though, probably just from experience with playing it as such. As with many waltzes, also readily adaptable to 5/4. It's a bit of a lilt. Certainly something that I kind of recommend to people who, as musicians, are learning how to deal with odd meters. But 7/4 arrangement, not something that I really have heard done with this melody in particular, although of course it does have a natural suitability to it. Anyway, I'm sure a lot of you folks came in here expecting Mario Maker and not so much music theory, but if you want to hear about music theory, we deliver. Yeah. Definitely one of Koji Kondo's most durable compositions, I think. And yep. One that appears almost, if by implication, when you ride horses in Breath of the Wild. It's something that is, in that game, built to be listened to over a long scale, that you kind of hear the melody implied and then considerably extended, extruded. Actually, it was quite a real pleasure in Breath of the Wild to sort of hear the context in which Zelda's Lullaby was appearing, and to just kind of catch on to that and notice it as you're riding horses everywhere. But I think Breath of the Wild is actually a case of a game that has, in some cases, an underrated score. I don't know if that's still the case. That certainly felt like the case back in 2017. In that it seemed like people with much more conventional ideas about Zelda music were expecting something much more present and bombastic. Whereas the pacing of overworld music in Breath of the Wild is much closer to what you would see on the screen back in, 1960s epic cinema, for instance, where you actually do have generous periods of silence that serve to punctuate the score. Oh, whoops. Losing the sword. Actually getting past those early obstacles for once. It seemed like we had been spinning our wheels at that first shell hit for quite a while. And losing a bit of focus, perhaps, but we'll just try to get past that. And tap this as soon as possible, and once again, sink onto the spikes. Okay. Once again, going to wrap around. Nope, too much of a boost there. Fairly narrow passage to deal with, but see what we can do. Yeah. Have to be very crisp around corners like that one. That are pretty much and deliberately designed to trip you up in that fashion. This is about the degree of corner precision that I can handle in general. I mean, it feels alright. It's something that is within my range with practice. But anything tighter than this, probably not. Oh yeah, we'll just see how soon we can get this down. Nope. It will of course be quite interesting to see how the clear rates shake out with the latest round of 4YMM that is going to be officially launching imminently, with a lot of the levels coming up already. I think so far, just as a result of the playtesting, course selection, etc., that a lot of them have fit right into that high super expert, low expert pocket of somewhere around 2 to 5%. Of course, with Salt Lake's level last week setting the lower bound at around 0.5 last I checked. And it's funny because Salt Lake's levels that are at around 0.5, they feel easier to me than these composer levels that are closer to around 1. And I think a lot of that is just the level of flexibility that is available to the player. That the difficulty that gives me a bit of headroom to improvise tends to be more manageable for me than difficulty that doesn't, even if the former winds up with a lower clear rate and winds up to be more tightly tuned. But you know, that's mainly a playstyle difference. In some ways, a bit of a reading difference as well, in terms of one's comfort with being able to react to markers quickly, in the way that some players would be able to sight read a level like this very readily and hit anything with marker on it pretty much on their first try. Nope, way too late. Didn't hit anything at all that time. Okay. And let's see how we're doing here. Nope. Kind of wonder, of course, how many segments we're in for here, given that we're still very deep in the first section. And gradually finding that this arrow shot is actually giving me more trouble than I expected. I mean, the one in the previous level gave me exactly as much trouble as I expected, which was a lot. This one I thought would be more relaxed just from the gravity effect here, but we'll see what we can do. Been stuck at this area for quite some time. Okay, I actually managed to double hit, but looks like we're going to be a little late. Nope, we made it. Nope. Once again, having a bit of trouble sustaining height when I do tap with the sword. It is a very tight little drop there. You have to be quite accurate with a sword tap and hitting jump once again to get your head back onto the ceiling. Yeah. Might be just outside the limit of what I can do, but I don't want to declare that prematurely. We are making some headway from time to time. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, I just need to hug the ceiling really tightly and drop immediately after the bomb throw. Bobbing upwards is not going to do much for us in that specific location. Okay. Tap and go. Nope, too late. Alright, just going to inch our way forward. Okay. Okay. Surprise piranha. Don't actually like the surprise piranha, to be honest. Okay, so here is the escort section. Okay, that should get rid of the clouds. And without the clouds, I just need to sneak under and actually get in before the icicle drops. And that should give me checkpoint 1 at long last. Note, that's going to be a bomb throw. That's okay. We will get into the second segment of this level at long last, and let's pray for no post-checkpoint soft locks like we had to deal with last time. That seemed to imply an arrow shot for some reason. I don't see why a sword was not sufficient. Seemed like the marker definitely wanted me to get an arrow shot off the piranha and... Whoops, wrong way. Yeah, you see, this is asking for an arrow shot, and maybe there's some kind of secondary hit that it needs to make. I'm not really sure, but I really don't see why a sword is not sufficient. Okay. Going under is key there. Once again, that was meant to be an arrow shot, but if I can get out of there, a sword would actually be safe. Arrow shot's probably just fine, though, against the booze. I don't think it'll cause quite the same problems that arrows were elsewhere in the level. On a previous attempt, sneaking under the cheap on the high bounce from the flaming cheap is the thing that was getting us around that. Getting us home in time for fish and chips. Nope. Too late. It was quite possible to go faster there. sneak under just fine. And then I need to go quite fast, actually. There's almost no point in this level where waiting for a safety margin to become available is actually the right decision. It's almost always just going faster. That is the solution. In pretty much every case I've encountered so far, except for the Spike Ball Escort at the end of Segment 1, which was instantly understandable after seeing the Cloud Gate at the very end. Not to be confused with Cloud Gate, the famous sculpture by Anish Kapoor that sits in Millennium Park in Chicago. It's always what I think of when I see the words Cloud Gate, but in the context of Mario Maker and Cloud Z can only be broken by either Spike Balls or the SMB2 mushroom. I think you know what I mean, and I think Anish Kapoor is not going to complain too much. Anish Kapoor, of course, has been famously involved in an intellectual property dispute over the ownership and use of certain pigments. Like there's a particular pigment of, it's like black or pink or something that is exclusive to Anish Kapoor, apparently. Has led to some intellectual property disputes that are amusing to people who follow the art world and probably inscrutable to everyone else. Oops. Yeah. Let's tap that once more. Nope, needed to go faster. Yeah, the cheap is timed specifically to leave that spot open as a safety zone and no other spot. Anything else is just too slow. Okay. I can actually kind of see now the logic behind doing that as an arrow shot. Doing that as an arrow shot is faster, I think, in terms of maintaining momentum. And it is likelier to get me down in time to beat the cheap. And so one of the issues here is that I have not been taking the arrow as the option, despite the fact that it has been marked. I mean, that tends to be the problem I have with a lot of marker-based levels, is that, you know, you ask yourself, well, why doesn't this other method work when it looks like it should work? And markers on a level are often just the level's way of saying, don't ask questions, trust me, it just works. And that, to me, is not nearly as satisfying as being able to intuit what it is you're able to do and find alternatives if you need to optimize your pattern. Yeah, once again, firing the arrow is going to give me enough time. Grabbing the shell and losing the shell. I don't know if the shell is actually required. I haven't seen far enough in this level to tell. I don't know if the shell is just a damage boost that was going to be absolutely necessary. That's going to be an arrow shot on the on-off switch. Okay. Whoops. And we'll just relitigate this. But yeah, that's the advantage of the arrow, is that your swimming momentum is maintained. And then I just need to go for it as fast as I can. No need to hesitate. No need to read ahead. Just need to go for it. Thanks. Yep. That's how that's going to go. But yeah, I have an approximate idea of what to do, and also a good idea at this point of reasoning behind why certain arrow spots are marked. And okay, there we go. Hey, actually going to get past that for, I think, only the second time. Hey, Bowser is actually not going to hit me for once. Which is good, because Helmet allows me to have an extra layer of fire defense for as long as I keep it. And which is not very long. Still totally unclear to me what that on-off switch is going to do. It's quite obviously necessary, but it's necessary in a way that is not visible to me yet. Might just be a gate that I haven't seen yet, like what was seen here. Here, just once again maintaining horizontal momentum by firing the arrow. Yeah, that... Every time it happens, it looks like a bit of an RNG death, to be honest. When, or at least an RNG peeling of the helmet. Although Bowser is coming down from the track, and so Bowser's timing is going to be consistent, but the fire timing might not be. I'm not really sure, though, when Bowser spawns on a track like that, whether the first shot is going to be consistent or what. Hey, Redox. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, Redox, we are in this week's set of 4YMM, and my new level is up. I think I have the code in the title, if you want to take a look before it is officially launched in a matter of hours. So we uploaded that earlier, and other than that, it's been playing through a couple of worlds and some other levels by some of the featured makers who will be shown off in this week's set, including this very well-known maker, who you may recognize as Composer. And I'm finding that I actually have tons of trouble with Composer's levels, just in terms of the way that they push me to go faster than I'm usually comfortable with, but muddling through and really kind of enjoying what is done with the music tracks. Like in this 7/4 mix of Zelda's Lullaby, which is a wonderful fit for complex meter hijinks. That's going to peel off the sword, but then am I allowed to finish, or is there going to be a bomb check at the end? Oh, I get the Master Sword, wonderful. I don't get the Master Sword because... Okay. Why is that giving me the Master Sword then? Oh, because shielding it would... I see. So, despite getting hit in the Bowser segment at the end, I'm glad this level was lenient enough to let me through. That was interesting. Okay. I'm not convinced I understand what happened here, but... Let's try entering the pipes, that's the only way to go, it seems. Otherwise, I guess we'll just have to... Let's see, 10 coin. Arrow's pointing to the 10 coin, the block marker is telling me something. Well, I mean, obviously I needed to sneak around Bowser down low. Okay. I may just need to damage myself here. But here's the problem. If I damage myself, how do I die? Let me see what I can do here. Don't tell me that I... no, you know what? We need to bomb this thing. Yeah. Hang on. I'm gonna soft drop a bomb. I'm gonna tap it on the way up. I'm gonna try to blow up that block there. And let me see. Electric Dude, I got all the way to the X, as you can see, but I'm trying to not be locked, and that may be a bit of a tall order, because I don't have a way to die if I'm Small Mario, and I don't seem to be able to get a bomb in... Oh, no, just hold it, okay. There we are, okay. What's it going to do now? What's it going to do? I don't know if it's going to do anything interesting. Ooh, okay. Yeah, anti-softlock game, that's all it is. Okay, we beat the anti-softlock game. I did not expect an anti-softlock game. So, Redux, this is not my level, this is one of Composer's. Composer, of course, has a level that's coming... Why is there... Okay, let's do the anti-softlock again. Something about the 10 coin, we didn't read that properly. Yeah, this is an anti-softlock game inside a Composer level, so a little bit of a fake-out troll. I don't know if this is the thing that he patched in to catch what was apparently formerly a Grand Pooh Bear lock, but possibly if we just stay on this side, we're okay. Yeah, we actually just needed to stay on that side. I guess the 10 coin is pointing to something involving the locked door that we completely missed. I don't know, there might be some kind of in-joke here given the scale of Composer's community that we just simply haven't seen. Yes, the one that is in the title, yes, that is mine. And speaking of which, let's take a look at how we're doing. And thank you for the plays from everybody who has actually gotten to that new one so far. Hope you all haven't broken it to pieces. I see that, wow, 5-minute record on this from Zerfink. That is incredible, given how long it actually takes to get through even in one segment. So, Zerfink, of course, being a bit of a puzzle specialist in his own right, no surprise that he's going to catch that one as soon as possible. Moriyutsu has a first clear by Kaito. I don't know who that is, but Moriyutsu has just a huge following that it's not surprising I would not necessarily know who the first clears and record holders are coming from. Oh wow, Redux, thank you for the generosity of that gift. That was really quite unexpected. So, thank you so much for your support of this stream and its regulars. And yeah, and be sure, of course, to check out Electrodude's own contribution to this week's 4YMM. That is up. And Zerfink has seemed to blast through the record on that one as well. In the meantime, let's see how mine is going, just so we can check some of the comments and show off some of the artwork that has, whoops, already been displayed. And yeah, once again, Electrodude, enjoy another season of the Sploosh emote. Starting at 11% with players who are experienced players and are willing to sit through it is about what I expected. I also expect that it's going to drift down to about 5. Wonderful illustration from Meng. I'm referring, of course, to both of them. Take one is wonderful. This one's not bad. Actually, that's really interesting. All those vines that are sprouting everywhere. I guess that's the official lore of the level now in terms of how the central mechanic actually operates. So, yeah, world record still being held by Electrodude at 2:40, which I am relieved to say is not actually that close to my clear check time. So we'll see how closely anyone manages to approach that. Finally, someone gets it, yeah. So yeah, pretty happy with how everything is going here so far. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, -6. We are missing Composer, and we are missing... who else? I see Cupcake, I see Orutso. Who are we missing? I played everybody tonight. Oh, Fabio. Yeah, that's right. Fabio. We played Fabio right at the beginning. I played through the entirety of Fabio's 3D world. Yeah, just missing Composer and Fabio at this point. And they'll be up soon enough. And for those of you, of course, who are not following closely, let me give you a slightly outdated plug from the bot. I have to change the last sentence there, of course. And once again, I'm going to shout out the effectively official launch stream, which is going to be from Kavik and it usually runs in about 4 hours' time. I don't know if he's going to be doing his usual schedule with that, but that's what we've been doing roughly every week, is that there is an official launch time when the website and trailer will go live. I highly, highly recommend, by the way, watching the trailers on the website if you haven't been doing so as you're following along with the levels. This week's is quite a special creation in its own right, and the trailer team has really been up to some marvelous hijinks. So, that's going to be it for me for this stream. Before I log off, I'll just kind of let you know what the plans are for the remainder of this week. We are, as with the previous week, going to be overlapping Paper Mario with Mario Maker. Paper Mario, we're currently probably about 2, maybe 3 sittings away from being finished. That's how many I expect. I think 2 sittings will probably do it. And we'll be doing that on the night stream whenever possible. The Tuesday daytime stream, unless it is rescheduled, which might happen this week for reasons that I can't really confirm or go into yet, that will usually be our 4YMM slot with viewer levels on Thursdays. If I have time on the Tuesday showcase of 4YMM, and that will depend on the difficulty of the levels and specifically how badly I'm killed by Composer's level, if the ones we just played were any indication. If I have time, I will be doing the backstage tour of my newest level, BT's Pyroponic Garden. And so by that point, hopefully most of you will have had a chance to play it. If we don't have time, I will definitely still do that, but on a later stream, maybe the one that is the catch-up stream in this slot next week. Obviously, none of the current clear rates can really be trusted because it's just the dedicated players and the players in the know or in the project that have gotten their hands on it so far. So I expect all of these clear rates to plummet pretty substantially. And the fact that Waruyutsu is already down to 2%, well, I mean, that might just be people getting used to whatever crazy concept he's cooked up. Yoshi not ridden with 42%? Haha, that's not going to hold. That's not going to hold at all. That's just something that's going to be, I think, a little distorted by people who either solve puzzles well or really understand from previous playtesting experience what is going on. Yeah, 2 Yoshi Egg Egg 4YMM. That's a wonderful cover image. That's one of my favorite cover images to date, relative to, you know, actually having seen the concept of the level. So, okay, so that's going to wrap it up for this stream. In the meantime, we are finishing with a pretty sizable contingent of viewers. And Electrodude, that's actually not an unreasonable guess, although I think the early puzzles are fairly straightforward. It's just that the resets on that level are going to be long. Like, a lot of people are going to run out the clock. And that's the major threat to that clear rate. It's not necessarily just people abandoning it in frustration or whatever, but that's all of the attempts individually are going to be quite lengthy. In that running out the clock is a really big risk for people who are solving certain puzzles the first time. So in the meantime, thanks for watching. I am going to scan around for a raid since we have a decent number of people. As those of you who are regulars do know, it is quite typical for me to scan around for somebody who is running Mario Maker, hopefully with a fairly gentle queue for viewer levels, but sometimes if something else interesting is going on, I might decide to direct you that way instead. In the meantime, certainly look forward to the official 4YMM Week 5 launch that's going to be coming in a couple of hours. And I'll see you around. Enjoy my new level. Definitely let me know if you break it in ways that will require it to be re-uploaded in short order. And yeah, going to swap between this and Mario Maker, Paper Mario in the successive days. And hopefully we'll see some of you around. So have a good day, wherever you're headed, whichever stream you're watching, whatever level you're playing, whatever game you're playing. And I will see you soon enough. Have fun.